gamer.
Trying to make sure it's error-free.
Sophie, I see that picture in the chat. I get it. You're quirky.
That's kind of holds in a nutshell.
You gotta make someone quirky. You need a foil. Comedy.
Alright. Looks like it is like consistently staying at the same number right now, so I think we should be good at this point.
Alright, that's good.
Alright.
Is that number 42?
No, it's like 600. We're more looking, Jason, we're looking more at like 6,000 that we need the number to be at.
I see. Legendary 6,000.
Okay, but yeah, okay, so I think I figured out some of the issues. One, I got a new version of my Wi-Fi on my my Wi-Fi controls on my phone now, so I think I should be reacting more appropriately. I disabled the thing that basically it's supposed to like manage how much like data devices use, so I think it was thinking that, hey, streaming from a computer is using too much internet, let me stop that kind of deal. So I think that should stop it at this point. I'm just gonna say.
Bro, it was looking at your computer. It was just like, bro, look at how much internet you're taking up when you're streaming.
Say, chat, don't. I'm just gonna preface this now, chat. Don't try and get me riled up or anything like that when issues start happening, because if it does happen, I'm gonna be pissed. I'm just gonna tell you now, and that's not gonna help my mental state on that. But that's why I wanted to do one more stream of DGS this week, because we missed out. We kind of ended at a really awkward point last time. Well, forced to end at a really awkward point.
By the way, if it's not too much, what actually happened? Like, why did it suddenly cut off?
Well, sometimes it does that where but it usually happens like when I close OBS and then open it back up. That's the first time where it's stopped capturing it like in the middle of recording kind of deal. It's something with the USB-C 3 and just how long I have to run the cable out for kind of deal to get to my computer. But that's like the first time that's ever happened on like mid-recording or anything. So it's normally if I close it off, or like once in a while if I turn my computer on and off again kind of deal. So
okay.
But I just want to make sure before we get started, our audio level's good, all that. No, I should just to make sure.
The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Continue. Select adventure. Load game. Special content.
So yeah, I need confirmation on that. I did rewind us back to where Bone was starting his like to remember stuff, just so it flows a little bit better than the exact moment where we cut off last time. Sort of deal. So okay, I'm getting all goods. Okay, Roxas, I really don't care right now. I just need actual things right now. I'm gonna time you. I'm gonna be. No nonsense on that. Thank you. Okay. Okay, so let's continue on. So, yeah, so we're gonna start from right here.
I can't believe what happened to the last stream. That's what you take your head for. I can't. I was in the middle of my speech, and you just. All right, for the top,
that was the
people.
British government silencing.
All right, for the top. Yes, the whole prison, it was complete chaos. The prisoner escaped. He was killed in the cemetery. The shocking news ripped through Barclay like a hurricane.
What?
Order! Do you mean to say, Mr. Vigil, that your memories of the time have returned? My head, it's like some floodgates have been opened. The images, the screams.
Oh, my goodness.
The papers. There were reports, articles about a man who'd seen a ghost.
Yes, Eggnog Trevor.
But surely those reports were exaggerated. There were traces at the scene.
Traces of what?
And we're back.
Yeah.
In Low Gate Cemetery at plot number 139, blood. Lots of blood. That's where the man was buried, of course. Obviously, something terrible had happened there. The depths of conspiracy and depravity from which this tale is emerging are quite staggering. I've reviewed the police records from that time extensively. A thorough investigation was conducted by Scotland Yard to ascertain how the convict managed to escape in the first place. And the conclusion reached by the investigation team was that a member of the prison staff must have been involved. Are you suggesting that a prison warder able to man's bid for freedom? Yes, and I was suspected of doing it, of using that mass murderer's execution as a way to help him escape.
You did what?
Remember now, the horror of it all is coming back to me. One evening, a few days after the execution, some detective came to the prison. I was called to the governor's office at the top of the watchtower.
I'm so sorry, Daly, but this is serious business. But I cannot help you, no. As a warder, you're responsible for overseeing the execution before her. Well, seems the fellas at Scotland Yard want to have a few words with you about it. You better pack your things, laddie. You're to attend in person.
As soon as he told me that, my mind just went completely blank. And the next thing I knew,
Professor, most hated killer in our
in our country, and I let him escape. I'm finished. My life is over. Ah! Not doing that.
Yeah.
Order! Bailiff, fetch a doctor at once! Court is adjourned for today with immediate effect!
So, with Mr. Vigil's collapse, proceedings came to an abrupt end for the day. Once again overshadowed by the legacy of that notorious killer, appearing like a cursed ghost ship on a foggy ocean. Lord Van Zeeks, Mr. Vigil, Kazuma, and Gregson. All of them bound by invisible chains anchored to the same wreckage in the murky depths of the past. But the miraculous light that had been trying to cut through the gloom and shine on those tragic events was playing on the edges of the truth at last.
Well, I guess last time court was to an abrupt end. Not the way they intended, but I guess it's fitting in a way. I'm trying to cope, guys. I'm trying to cope.
Did you have any thoughts, Bless?
Well, I guess the most just from last time is just that he actually tried to commit suicide at that point, jumping out, and that's why he had the memory loss in there. I do like Kazuma as a prosecutor so far, and I'm interested to see where this one goes. So let's continue on.
I would say that moment felt like just a black sight locks breakage.
yeah, that would have black sight locks if this was regular Ace Attorney. It would, yeah.
I'm still convinced that the black Cyclops that showed up in Dual Destiny are different than the ones intended for Apollo Justice.
Well, I mean, at least the Dual Destiny ones actually have an explanation, kind of deal.
True.
So that's why I go with the Dual Destiny's explanation, because Apollo there's nothing to the Apollo ones at all, so it's like,
Yeah, they just show up, and you go, oh, what's that?
Oh, what was that? Huh. Well, that gets resolved at some point. Anyway, I still can't quite believe what happened.
I know. I inquired with the bailiff after the court session was adjourned. And it seems Mr. Vigil was taken to the hospital to recover.
Right.
We did just force open his brain.
10 years ago now, Mr. Vigil attempted to commit suicide by jumping out of the window of the prison governor's office. But ever since then, he's completely blocked his memory of those events from his mind.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah. Nobody knew his secret. Not his family, not even the man himself, but I forced it out into the open. Was it wrong of me to do that? Did I overstep my mark? I wonder.
Bruno!
Oh, Iris!
You were miles away. Anyway, I threw a fresh pot of soothing tea for you.
Oh, thank you.
You and Susie had an exhausting day so far, haven't you? Oh. Thank you, Iris. How thoughtful of you.
Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is? When we came out of the courtroom, out of the defendant's antechamber, he disappeared.
Oh, no. I don't know. He just suddenly sprang on his feet and left. All he said he'd be, I must leave. I wonder if he's pursuing the mysteries of Inspector Gregson's death. Well, you know what Harley always says, don't you?
There's a mystery of this world that should perhaps never be solved. Well, the construction of solution only comes at the expense of the destruction of something else.
What does that mean?
He knows very well when you open someone else's old wounds. You often open up your own too. But he just can't take his own advice and leave well alone. Solving mysteries is too important for him.
That's so true.
That's what I like about Harley, after all.
I suppose that's a lot of great detective in some ways. So then... Oh, sorry.
Let's have tea, and then I'll give you a hand.
Oh, do you have time, Iris?
Yes, I finished this month's manuscript at last, with barely a day to spare before the deadline.
Ooh, that feeling.
Why you crunch, Iris? Why you crunch?
Oh, I'm so looking forward to the brand new adventures, to reading the adventures of Sherlock Holmes.
I don't think you will when this one involves the red hair, my girl.
You know, I always hide Hurley's violin the days before I have a deadline.
You do? Poor Mr. Sholmes.
I also know that feeling. I'm about to finish this project, but my boy makes too much noise. Let me just put this away. Let me just hide this so I can focus.
I'm sure that's very wise, Iris. How sensible of you.
He's not even trying to disturb her on purpose, but she just needs the extra quiet to get it done.
Now then, my dear fellows, let's make a plan of action before we continue our investigation.
Alrighty.
To summarize.
So how did it go in court this morning?
Well, we still don't know the truth about what really happened, but one thing's increasingly clear. Lord Von Zieks definitely didn't do it.
Oh, goody. Yes, that's right. We managed to uncover several new facts as well. Oh, really?
And there was another development too. Cosmo.
Yes, it's quite clear now. That Kazuma-sama is not himself. The way he's acting, it's almost as if he's possessed.
This keeps working too well for what we made him into. It's canon. I know. I mean, at the end of the proceedings earlier, he was like a bloodhound in the way he was chasing down Mr. Vigil's forgotten past. He's not normally so mercilessly persistent.
I'm pessimistic.
Or kind of just an asshole in general. What's going on in his head, I wonder? I really need to sit down with Cosmo and try and understand what he's going through.
Cosmo, this is an intervention.
Cosmo, please, stop saying dumbass things. If Gregson was really murdered the day before his body was discovered, then Lord Von Zieks has to be innocent, you see.
What? The day before? Well, that should be easy enough to work out. Just by examining the corpse, surely. Yes, you would expect so, but curiously, no time of death was included in the autopsy report. That is curious.
There's still unanswered questions about Lord Von Zieks, though, aren't there?
You don't mean...
I mean, what was he doing there on Frenzo Street that day in the first place?
Well, according to the man's testimony, he said he was investigating Inspector Gregson, didn't he?
Oh, no flashback this time?
And it turns out that little room was actually Inspector's secret office.
Oh, that sounds like it's all in the makings of a wonderfully devilish plot.
But then why was this notice board there covered in particular papers? Papers with cases to a link to the Reaper. I'm starting to get a bad feeling about all this.
Oh dear, that sounds more like something horribly devilish. We must start by looking into Inspector Gregson's movements of late. He scoots.
He shimmies. I never imagined I might be having to investigate the Inspector's movements.
We're gonna find the shop where this man buys all his fish and chips.
How do they keep respawning? I need to know!
Well, according to the entry of his diary, which I somehow obtained,
He was carrying out an incognito investigation of the Red-Headed League the day before his death.
How did she get that? That's a good point.
Google.
Wait,
Google.
Did they spill that out of court and she just wrote it down? Or did she
I think Baroque mentioned he snuck into his diary, and I'm guessing she just wrote it down. It's just kind of funny.
It's a surprise. It's a secret that people use for later.
Oh, you mean he was doing the same as Harley?
Well,
like that makes more sense, but it's just funny to think that she had somehow got our hands on it.
and not the police or anything, you know?
And we just have a question when she gets it. She just goes, alright, she has that now.
She's learning from Gina and her pickpocketing skills, alright? Well, Mr. Sholmes was trying to apply, whereas Inspector Gregson was supposed to be investigating.
I do wish it'd been the other way around.
Anyway, as it turns out, the inspector who went to investigate the Red-Headed League that day wasn't actually Gregson at all. It was Mr. Vigil, in possession of Gregson's identification.
You know what that sounds like to me? Establishing an alibi. Oh my! Yes, you're absolutely right, Iris.
But why would Gregson need an alibi?
It would appear that the inspector has something else to do he wished to keep secret. I don't believe it. I always thought he was just a harmless lover of fish and chips.
But perhaps they were seasoned with something a little more potent than salt and vinegar.
from below. Oh, hey, I heard that! I heard that!
God,
Are you
Gregson.
talking about fish and chips?
Guys, you heard that voice as well? Where's that coming from?
I think the floorboards are creaking again.
Ah, man.
I think perhaps we should try to move away from the food analogy.
Well, anyway, if Lord Von Seeks need to investigate Gregson,
Yes, I agree. We must try to find out what he knows. Vigil, you say? Isn't that the name of the lady who came by to visit Hurley yesterday? That's right. To ask Mr. Sholmes if he would help her find her missing husband.
only Mr. Sholmes completely passed the buck to us. Actually, didn't you say Mr. Vigil had been taken to the hospital? Do you know which one?
Ah, it's St. Siler's. Because of course it is.
I'm starting to wonder if all the other hospitals in London have closed down. Or still,
That's
no,
amazing,
it's
Bruno.
not that we have to reuse models or anything. I don't know.
Is that the closest hospital to the courtroom?
I guess?
I guess.
Like, that's the only reason that's the only in-universe reason I can think of.
You know what? In that case, what about case 4 of you just won the case 2 in this game? Was that also the closest hospital?
Aren't they the... Are they? No, they're not the same hospital, I don't think. It's sus.
But that's amazing. You found the lady's husband already.
Well, I suppose I have, by accident.
She's right. We did find him.
Just one of those, well, I guess, kind of deal.
And 10 years ago, Mr. Vigil was the chief warden at the prison. He was responsible for overseeing the professor's incarceration. No.
So when the convict escaped, he was held responsible and immediately dismissed.
Sometimes I really don't want to grow up.
There's more. For 10 years after that, while he was awesomely working as a peddler, he also had a secret job. He was paid by Gregson to be his stand-in to impersonate the inspector.
To impersonate Grexy? But why?
I have absolutely no idea.
Also, Gregson must be loaded in order to keep paying the spending enough that he and his wife
By
can
Iris's clout.
Yeah.
His job and Iris's clout. This man's rolling in money.
How do you think he gets all his fish and chips, man? That money doesn't come out of nowhere.
Jeannie was right. I'm starting to think all adults are up to no good now. Including you, Bruno.
I haven't paid anyone to impersonate me.
That means he has ties to the Professor and Inspector Gregson, though. So I do think we ought to pay him a visit to Mr. Vigil, don't you?
That's St. Signers again. Also, because I've been playing for P5 Royal, that line from Iris sounded very Phantom PV right there. Kind of for me.
I see where you are now in that game.
I just finished Palace 5, where
Already?
yeah, I've been breezing through that so far, honestly.
You've been breezing with that, and then you got to the boss fight.
Yeah, I'm at the boss fight now, so I'm probably gonna
Oh,
be
you
playing
poor
that
thing.
after stream. Is what I'm gonna be doing, but
all I can say is right. You can't force your way through that boss fight. I tried. It doesn't work. You have to play the mechanics, no matter how frustrating it is.
to quickly sidetrack, but for P5, they have been changing the bosses a lot. I like the stuff that they did with Kamoshida. The second boss, they took a mechanic out, which I was a little bummed out about, but they also added in something completely different, so I was okay with that. I actually like the changes to Boss 3 a lot, because the original one just kind of sucked flat out, so I like that one. Boss 4, I like the presentation stuff, but the fight takes forever because the damn boss stays in the air way longer at this point, and We'll see how boss 5 goes. Considering that original fight sucked as well, and I haven't heard great things about the royal version, we'll see.
Okay, Patrick, let me put it into context for you. So, I was using the DLC Persona, and it has Country Maker, where the more personas you have in your compendium, the stronger your attacks are. So I can one-shot everything except for bosses. But that persona usually gets me through the boss fights relatively quickly because of massive damage. And then I got to the boss of Palace 5 when I actually this is not working anymore. I have to actually use strategy and actually. Alright, boss fight, fine, I'll play your game. I don't like it, I'll play your game.
That's basically what I've been doing for most of Royal, and now I have Carolina Justine maxed out, so I can now just break the game in half at this point. I already got, like, level 60 personas at this point, so, yeah. Anyway.
Well, it's clear what we need to do, isn't it?
We need to seal his heart.
You want to steal this man's heart?
What's this gun I found? Let us investigate, my dear fellows. Oh, Iris, you're even more enthusiastic than usual today.
If anyone... Oh, sorry.
If anyone wants to hide, my special Winston shooting iron will soon get this straight.
That...
Gun.
Water pistol?
It's stuffed full of Piper extra blends of mine. And I'm quite sure it's very effective.
I better be careful not to hide anything. Well, it feels strange that Mr. Jones is nowhere to be seen, but still, let's go and see what we can find out.
Yes! Yes!
so he has to talk twice in the same line.
Alright, so where do you want to go first?
Well, probably to the hospital first, most likely, because that's the first place we want to go.
Oh wait, I would say we go up and down because the text tech hints that we probably can't do anything yet.
Do you know I don't think we visited this place in some time? Chilling. Okay, so I guess just do the other offices first. Like just for the gun joke, I always just keep saying the end of, the Satan Saves Christmas kind of deal. I always say Persona 5's ending is just that we saved the day Christmas with the power of friendship and this gun we found. So.
I mean.
Hey yo, Santa, you're welcome.
Why are you booing? You know I'm right.
Yo, Santa, if I find coal in my sack,
Be gone.
I was looking at ass.
Alright, let's go. What ass are you talking about? There's none there.
Young man, are you quite aware of that booty you're carrying around? Oh, I am. It's fascinating. Even I can't stop looking at it in the mirror. You will continue with the trial exactly as I instructed. Is that clear? Perfectly.
It's Cosmo-sama!
Defying Lord Strongheart by the sounds of it. He never did know when to back down.
On your way now, Asogi. My lord.
Woo! Oh,
What's up?
Kazuma.
Bye!
And there he goes!
Did you see my butt? Yes? What are you doing here?
Was that Strongheart or Kazuma saying that?
That was Kazuma saying that.
I was saying, I thought Strongheart was saying it, I was just gonna have, Naruto, is this a trick question? I was just hoping if I could ask a few questions, if you don't mind.
Now, one of Von Zeke's trial concluded today. But Prosecutor Asogi's unwelcome inquiries are going to make it tough, longer than necessary.
Okay, bro, do you want an actual justice system or not? Make up your goddamn mind. Unwelcome inquiries?
As a result, I'm losing even more precious time. Currently 2 hours, 55 minutes, and 41 seconds. 42, 43...
Then we must resolve everything before 3 hours have passed, Mr. Naruhodo.
The miraculous not even 5 minutes? Anyway, I can't let this man's obvious bad move put me off. I need information. You know, with Strongheart, it was kind of one of those, I've been suspicious of this guy from the very beginning, from like the moment we laid eyes on him. I was thinking a little bit after last case, it was gonna be kind of like, you know, he actually really does believe in a justice system. It's just more, every time he keeps getting help, it's just like, everyone I keep getting is fucking corrupted, and I fucking hate it kind of deal. No, it's got it back to, yeah, no, Strongheart is gonna be the final boss of this whole thing, I already know.
I was already suspicious of him, not because he did anything, but because I looked at him, I was getting, Grant vibes.
Yeah, his design is very Grant's. Just especially the hair.
The only thing I need him to do is clap. The clap. Which I have tried to clap as fast as him, but I can't.
I can't. It's impossible. I need the theme with it.
I think when I look at him, like, okay, how are you involved in all this?
Yeah, you're up to some
like,
shit.
That's probably the thing I look forward to
Yeah.
with him then.
Does Prosecutor Asogi believe that Lord Von Zeeks is the Reaper?
I wouldn't know. It was 10 years ago, in that fateful close trial, that Lord Von Zeeks made a name for himself among the judiciary. But the next trial he fought, he lost. Admit the ringleader of a criminal organization was acquitted, thanks to all the jurors being under duress.
What the fuck? Okay, I'm sorry. I got really distracted. There's a turkey right outside my window.
What? You have turkeys?
I didn't know we had them up here. What the fuck?
I got distracted.
Take a picture of the turkey!
Damn it, he just went away. Fuck. It was just, I just saw like a bright red head on the left side, on my left side. It was just like, I looked at him and looked at me. We had a little moment going on right there. I am thou art I. Thou is more contract.
He looked at it, he looked at when you were playing and goes, "That's not Metroid," and walked away.
I'm sorry, it comes out later this week. I can't do anything about it, my man.
Sounds like a you problem.
Sounds like a give me tread now problem. It's off my Switch ready to go. See? It's right there.
I see it. It tossed me
I
every
can't
time
play it though.
It tossed me every time I put up the game.
Okay, I forget if you read this line or not.
Yeah, no, I read it. I can read it again though to start over.
But that's awful.
Not the turkey.
Excuse me. I'm so sorry. It's just apparently
my pet turkey ran out. I'm sorry about that.
You see that giant clock behind me? There was a turkey on the side, and I just had to. I just got so curious. That man's freedom was short-lived. He lasted just 3 days.
Yes, let me see. He died in a rock slide at the place of his work, I believe.
Correct. That was the inauguration of the Reaper of the Bailey.
And people believed Lord Von Zeeks was responsible?
He was brought to trial himself, but it was shown to have been an accident.
Okay, I'll have to highlight it later then if it's too long. So he must have had a solid alibi then.
Nevertheless, the mysterious deaths continued.
Why did these things happen when Lord Strongheart is in the facility?
Yo, there was a turkey in here, you word.
Everyone pay attention then whenever Strongheart gets on screen, shit's about to go down.
Yo, next time he's on screen, there better be a cow.
Okay, I don't think a cow is going to get my backyard. I really don't think. I'd be impressed. I'd be impressed if a cow could get here.
Anything could happen in the world.
I thought my state was supposed to be the weird one.
Well, I mean, if it was Wisconsin, then maybe there'd be a cow, but in Michigan,
Sophie, Sophie, you have to understand. Patrick's state is northern weird. Florida is United States weird.
Yeah, I would say
Wait.
Michigan is probably the weird state out of the Midwest, I would say, yeah.
In total, 16 persons perished in unusual circumstances. Ostensibly at the head of the Reaper. That's a long run of coincidence. I'm sorry, I just saw Brendan's comment.
Wait, did we actually have the conversation with Trevor? Let me genius one.
It cannot be a microwave. Thank you for reminding me of that.
Well, the Reaper's tragedy may as well be revealed at this trial.
And the impact that revelation would have on the British public cannot be understated.
Is that why it's a closed trial?
Precisely. This country hasn't seen a closed trial for 10 years.
What are you laughing about now?
Ace, what if a cow walked by your window wearing a Packers hat?
See, that would be very reasonable in Wisconsin. Like, I'm not even joking on that one. I would see that shit in Wisconsin. In Michigan, not so much.
In Wisconsin, you see it just goes, this is another day in Wisconsin.
In Wisconsin, yeah. Like, Wisconsin's kind of weird. It's kind of a weird state every time I go and visit family there.
It's like, it's Tuesday.
Yeah, pretty much. So the last one was the Professors, the trial of Genshin and Sogi?
Correct. Excuse me.
Actually, we heard that originally you were going to prosecute the trial yourself, Lord Strongheart.
Von Zeeks. Is that entrailed? Entreated?
Entreated, I think.
Okay. Von Zeeks entreated me to relinquish the prosecution to him, that he might avenge his brother's death. And here we are, 10 years later.
Ace, Wisconsin invading Michigan is just every Packers lying game. That's just it.
Yo, true! Yo, true! He's not lying! True!
Ah, lying.
Hey!
Hey!
With the son of the man Von Zeeks had condemned now looking to avenge his father's death in the same way.
They do say that what goes around comes around.
However, it would seem that the new young prosecutor is harboring some ulterior motive as well.
Kazuma is?
I like my organization to run smoothly in the exact manner that I prescribe. As with the giant clock in here, I won't tolerate a single cog being out of step with the others.
Ah, so that's what all these gears are about in here.
If the young man refuses to mess with the other parts of my great machine, I will be forced to take steps.
What do you mean?
Not something with which you need to concern yourself. In any case, all your questions will be answered tomorrow.
What are you gonna do to my boyfriend?
No, Brandon, it's just aesthetics.
Yeah.
Or is
Now.
it?
Now, I shall have to ask you to excuse me, as at this moment, I have been delayed from attending my next meeting by precisely 3 hours.
Oh my, that's a long time.
And I hold you entirely responsible.
Even though we miraculously managed to fit everything into not even 5 minutes? I wonder if you might agree to us, talking with Prosecutor Asogi?
Discussions between the defense and the prosecution outside the courtroom are generally frowned upon. However, I will make an exception in this case. Now go. You can find him in his office.
Oh, thank you! Okay, what's his office like?
Let's go see him at once. Mr. Naruhodo.
Or is it just Zeke's, the office? Kazuma, my best friend in the world, but I'm really not so sure of how I can talk to him at the moment. Yeah, is it just,
yeah, like, I think since he's technically his apprentice, he just kind of moved in. It's like, this is mine now.
Okay, just
yeah, it's at the bottom.
Well, okay, yeah, I guess we'll do the Prosecutor now, because there's like 4 locations we can visit right now, so. But this one's immediately relevant. Yeah, and I figured that was the picture of his brother up there from last time, yeah.
Kazuma, what place is it with his father?
So, this is the office of Prosecutor Asogi now, is it?
Kazuma is doing so well for himself.
Look at my baby boy.
Oh yeah, she wasn't here to see his office.
Oh yeah, that's right. She wasn't here. That's right.
Yeah, only Rinosuke knows that this is about Zeke's office that Kazuma stole.
Even though he's forced to kneel on the floor Japanese tile in that dark corner?
It's his habit of seaside style whenever he's working.
Well, it looks like our journey here was wasted. Prosecutor appears to be out.
Aw. Perhaps we
Damn.
should discuss things with another prosecutor we know first.
Hint, nudge, nudge.
Go to the prison,
You'll
motherfucker.
see the other prosecutor later. Hang out with the racist one.
Oh, yay. Zup.
Well,
Listen, he's also your client.
He's less racist now, I think.
Iris, Fahey, this is what a racist looks like. Wow.
It's ugly.
Look.
Wow,
They're like
he looks pale under the moonlight.
they're like they're watching like a zoo animal.
Aw. He refuses
Look at the Reaper
to know
exhibit.
he refuses to know any better. And that's why they deserve to be locked up in there. You know I can hear you, right? Yes, I know you can hear us. What are you
You're
gonna do?
just lucky that there's no hallowed chalice in this cell.
He doesn't seem like he wants visitors, does he?
But he must have noticed that we're here, surely. I'm right here, for the love of God. What do you Nipponese want?
What do you Nipponese and little white girl want?
And that one. That's the way to greet the lawyer who's trying his hardest to prove you're innocent, is it? Perhaps not. I apologize, so what can I do for you, Mr. Naruhodo?
See progress!
Yeah!
Lord Panzeeks, speaking earnestly. Ooh la la. Oh, the fog has lifted over London for the first time in months tomorrow.
This does feel very, very strange. I must say, I was impressed. Oh, well, thank you! Not by you, by your fellow Nipponese, your prosecutor friend. Oh, I see, yes.
I already know how you work.
It's sardonic, don't you think? For a man such as me, so loathing of the Nipponese, to be entirely at the mercy of you two. I suppose it's retribution for having played the part of the Reaper for all these years. Played the part? You know, his theme has been playing a lot throughout this trial, but yeah, Van Zeke's theme is probably one of my favorites in the DGS soundtrack, honestly, for me. I've grown to love it a lot.
It's a good theme.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You once told me that you're gladly allowed people to believe you were the Reaper, because it helped reduce the amount of serious crimes that took place in London. Actually, hold on, just one quick sec. Gonna reactivate the Elgato, just real fast, because I was noticing a little sound. Okay. If I kept quiet and playing the part that benefits the cause, a cause I myself am committed to pursuing, then why would I choose to say anything? But the henchman of the criminal killed by the Reaper attacked you only the other day. And now it's the moment recent of many attempts on your life, wasn't it? Someone is clearly profiting from your silence all about this. Someone is using you. Believe me, ever since the Reaper first appeared, I've been doing my utmost to expose him, or rather, expose the organization.
It's a whole organization?
It's inconceivable that all those accidents were orchestrated by one man. No, the Reaper always appears to have a very accurate information about the accused in each case. Which can only mean that somebody at Scotland Yard is involved.
Someone at... You can't mean...
It's taken me many years, but I finally identified the central figure at the Reaper organization. Tobias Gregson. No.
No!
Gregson the Reaper? Okay, I want to know about this. I want to know about this right now. So, the reason you were investigating Inspector Gregson is because you intended to expose him as the Reaper? As I said, the Reaper of the Bailey is no single person. It's higher in a secret organization with ties to Scotland Yard. But there's no doubt that Gregson was a key member of the organization.
I don't believe it. Are you saying that Gregsy, he's behind all those awful criminals meeting there?
Gregson didn't do the dirty work himself.
Oh?
He was the tactician. His job was to covertly investigate the marks and plot their investigation. In order to do without arousing suspicion, he regularly needed a firm alibi. Which is where Mr. Vigil came in play, posing as the inspector. Vigil knows nothing of the Reaper, but the room he rents on Fresco Street was almost certainly the headquarters of the organization. Gregson would have met the assassin there before briefings. So we don't exactly know who carried out the killings then? Actually, I do have a name. What?!
Well, if you can name the man, you'll have the Trinity of the Reaper already then?
Or, if you can name the woman.
Oh?
She's a young woman by the name of Aza Shin. Wait, what?! Shin? It's Aza Shin, the true name of the terrifying killer I know only too well. She came to Japan posing as a visiting student and murdered Dr. John H. Wilson. Then, just when it seemed that diplomatic protection would help her escape Japan with conviction, the mysterious woman herself was murdered in a small summer beach hut. And that woman was actually the Reaper of the Bailey?
Surprise!
Did not think that was gonna turn around like that, honestly, wow.
Damn, Naruhodo, you faced the main
I fought
killer
the
in
Reaper
first
on my
place?
first trial, what the fuck?
You fought the Reaper and won. on a on technicality paper, you won. You won that fight.
It was pollen season, I see.
Mr. Naruhodo, perhaps this is the place to discuss.
Please get the joke, please. No, of course not. You can't mention it here either. The fact that she was killed by Dr. John H. Wilson. Because Iris doesn't know, and it's very likely that the man is her father.
Huh? Asa-shin. I should let father know at once.
Yes, I agree.
The plot
What are you
thickens.
guys talking about?
I was saying it was pollen because because the Reaper just kinda died. So, yeah. Kazuma, is it? Kazuma Sogi. You say he's a friend of yours. My best friend. He's the whole reason I got to come to Britain. It was all on his merits. I have nothing but respect for him. Yes, I understand that he's one of the very best students selected for such opportunities. And I have fine demonstration on how sharp he is in the proceedings earlier today. He missed nothing. In fact, his flawless performance very much reminded me of his father. Genshin Sogi, the professor. How many times do we have to keep reiterating that in this case? My god. It's true, the aristocracy at the time was the root of numerous grave societal problems. They were abusing power, playing with the common man as pawns in the politics, in economics, in war. In many ways, Asogi was carving out a canker from the society we British couldn't deal with ourselves. You see. But that's precisely why it makes no sense. Clint Van Zieks was a noble, upstanding man. He wasn't corrupt. Why did that damn Nipponese have to go and take my brother's life? In spite of having one saved mine. He saved your life? How did that happen?
I also like this theme that's playing.
Oh, I really like
Is this
this
like
one.
a variation of the...
It's Reminisce version.
Okay, Reminisce version. Okay. I need... Link me this after the stream. I really want to hear this one. It was 10 years ago. Oh, sorry. It was 10 years ago, on a foggy night. What was to be the professor's final strike had sent a wave of panic through the capital. So Clint Von Zieks has already been killed at this point then. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. Of course, at that point, I had no idea of the true nature of the man at my side. All of a sudden... is this Asogi? Is this Asogi at this point?
I think so.
Don't make a peep, you're coming with us!
Oh wait, no, that's random bug guy.
Okay. We were surrounded. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by the scarves. Clint was not the noble from heritage, he was a brilliant prosecutor as well. The scum of London hated the sight of him, and they had no sympathy for his younger brother either. I've been targeted several times before already. Yeah, it's Van Zieks, alright, we've got him! I could hear them murmuring amongst themselves. They knew they were after me. But just when I thought my time had come... If I let them kill you, Clint would never forgive me. It was Asogi's voice. He whispered in my ear.
Bang! He whispered bang! He whispered bang in my ear. It's a very loud whisper.
I don't remember exactly what happened. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin laid on a cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. Two days later, they arrested him. On suspicion of being London's most notorious mass murderer ever, the Professor.
How awful for you.
All at once, I lost the brother I revered and the foreign friend I held in such high regard. I'm so sorry, Lord Von Zeeks. That's the end of my miserable tale. I never thought I had to recount it to anyone. Well, thank you for confiding in me.
If the Professor, the Reaper, and Inspector Gregson... I wonder just how intimate related they all are.
I still can't quite believe that Gregson was essentially the Reaper. Giving assassination orders to Giselle Brett.
Mr. Naruhodo, let's go and inform my father. I'm sure our government will want to hear about this new information. Oh, that means I get to meet your daddy, Susie. Hooray!
Yes, alright. Let's head back to the Great Waterloo Hotel then. Mikotoba, I swear to God, if you
Okay,
push this
before you do that,
Oh, yeah?
just to show this dot, Sophie, just show him the newspaper print. The
Oh,
redhead
this
one?
one?
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Oh, let's see this.
It's not for me. That's not why I was showing you it. I suppose. If it was a black-headed league, you would have no hesitation. None whatsoever. Sadly, my own hair could no more be described as black as it would red. What color league should I join then? These questions eat at my soul, Mr. Naruhodo.
This is yeah. What hair color league should I join then?
He sounds generally upset by it.
I mean, if you can make free money a week, just by having a hair color, you hella do it too.
This is cute. This is cute.
It's like those random scholarships that just for just random ass shit kind of deal.
This is like cute
People have
Santa
trouble by the
Gregson.
most unexpected problems at times.
Okay, now I can go. Now I can go have
What
a
an unexpected side of girl.
Okay, where is... Okay, great, yeah. Now, Professor Mikotoba, I swear, if you break this young girl's heart, I am going to be upset. I'm going to be upset.
I thought yesterday and think again. This place is so princely.
It's a wild guess, but I have a feeling you'll think the same tomorrow, too.
My tea has a finer fragrance than whatever they're serving in the tea room here, though, wouldn't you say?
Look what we have here! An unexpected pleasure.
Father! Oh, is this your daddy, Susie? How lovely!
What charming young lady, and who are you?
I do remember the first time I saw Mikotoba in the suit. I just went, oh, the best thinner than I thought he'd be.
the Akata, just, is very loose, fitting clothes kind of deal, so.
Yeah, but it did make him look bigger than he actually
Yeah, he is a lot slimmer, than I thought as well, but yeah. Oh, really? You're the author of The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, are you?
That's me! Iris Wilson at your service,
I love that little curtsy. That's really cute.
Cute. Susie's been just a wonderful friend to me over the last year, you know.
Well, Miss Wilson, I must say I read your work regularly with much interest.
Iris actually lives with Mr. Sholmes, you know, Father.
Is that so? Well, perhaps it goes some way explaining the bright look in your eyes. You wouldn't be smiling so airy if you knew just how bright she was, believe me. Now then, young Naruhodo, it's a pleasure seeing you in action earlier. It's an invitee to a symposium I was allowed to observe from the gallery after I twisted some arms. I must say, it's a truly exemplary performance. Oh, well, thank you very much. Although I'm fairly sure you omitted by Kazuma on the end there. No, please, don't misunderstand. It was you who impressed me. Really?
Where you're so used to people not giving you the compliment that when you actually receive one, you go, oh.
Look,
like actually me, oh.
Look, I live with Mr. Sholmes, I live with Iris, the only supporting pillar I have was gone for like 6 months, and I have to keep fighting the Reaper in court. I don't have a lot of positive, ankles to lean on.
Is Susanoo not your positive ankle?
No, that's why I said she was gone for like 6 months, kind of deal.
My support pillar left to go be with you because you thought you were sick and you weren't sick, so you lied.
You didn't tell me about that, by the way.
You didn't miss a step against Asogi, and we all know how capable he is. Really, to have matured into such a fine defense lawyer in no less than a year is quite extraordinary. It's very kind of you to say so. And really nice to hear.
Aww.
Yeah.
What I saw in court today confirmed what I've been hoping for. The favor I mentioned yesterday, Naruhodo. I trust you haven't forgotten. Oh, no, you didn't mention something, didn't you?
But first, we have something to report, Father.
Of course. Shall we take some tea while we discuss matters further? I wonder where Judge Jujoku has gone to. Okay, there we go. It was long for a bit. Wait. I need to know. Does he have dialogue on this? Damn it! Maybe on this? Damn it!
You're no fun, Dad.
I want funny dialogue!
The funnies keeps me grounded.
I actually do wonder if you can actually show his badge and he'll say something, though.
We can try after this one.
Yeah.
If he did that already.
Well, it might have changed now that he's been in court, kind of deal.
Yeah.
Father, do you know about the so-called Reaper at the Bailey?
I've heard rumors. Some members of the judiciary explained it to me yesterday. Of course, when I was visiting student here in London, the Reaper had yet to emerge. He didn't appear until after the case with the visiting students already returned home. Lord Von Zieks, who was in the dock today. That was Baroque, the younger brother of Clint Von Zieks, I believe.
That's right. And he's known throughout London as the Reaper, as you heard. But the truth is, it wasn't him behind all those mysterious deaths. It was someone else.
I see. So what you're saying is, there's been a professional killer at work here. Exactly. Someone by the name of Aja Shin, in fact. I beg your pardon. Did you just say Aja Shin? Do you mean that Giselle Brett woman was responsible for killing my great friend?
Oh no, a friend of yours was killed!
I swear to God, Mikatopa. Professor Mikatopa, I think perhaps you shouldn't discuss that right now. Because the friend of the professor you're talking about is Dr. John H. Wilson. And that's not something we want Iris to find out. Not like this, anyway.
Stop mumbling, Naruhodo!
Trying
We
to
can hear
send
you
a signal.
If I can hear you mumbling, then Iris can hear you mumbling.
Ah! I just remembered something. Biscuits! This hotel has the most delicious biscuits!
That was rather out of the blue. She's doing this deliberately.
I think I'll go and see if I can purchase some. I wonder, would you like to come too, Iris? Oh, yes! I'll just try to leave me behind. Go, 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 go!
So that young girl. is called Iris Wilson, isn't she? Yes, that's right. And she's the author of all those adventure stories starring the great Detective Sholmes. But the name of the credited author isn't Iris, is it? It's Dr. John H. Wilson. Yes, I know. That's the name of her father, you see. Her father? Dr. John H. Wilson. I was deeply indebted to the man for the kindness he showed me during my time in London. That's why I was keen to reciprocate and invite him to the Imperial Yumi University 4 years ago. Yo, Ace, if they were selling the Red Lobster biscuits, hot damn, hell yeah!
Yo!
I don't think it's that kind of biscuit, though. And that's a big sad. But he was murdered last year by Giselle Brett. Why? Why would the Hand of the Reaper stretch all the way to Japan? Iris knows nothing about that case, but it seems very likely that the victim, Dr. John Wilson, was her father. Well, can't say that we ever spoke about his family, so I didn't know he had a daughter or not. But I think I can say with some certainty that he was never the great detective's partner. So, could it have been another Dr. Wilson, you think? Well, John and Wilson are both common names, after all. Still, it's probably best not to mention it with the young lady until we can be sure. That's what we thought, yeah.
We're back! With cinnamon biscuits!
Oh, they smell delicious, Iris.
I think cinnamon will go very well with the tea they serve here. Don't you, Susie? Yes. I'm sure you're right, Iris. Also, I'm behind here now.
Okay, let us try... Present to the badge, yeah. Oh, okay, we actually do get dialogue. Look at this, Professor Mikatoba. Ah, Kazuma's armband. He was wearing it when he left for Great Britain. How curious. It doesn't strike me as all odd seeing you wear it. It rather suits you. Oh, are you intending to return it to him? Well, yes. I mean, it has his name on it. Now that we found out he's alive, it doesn't make much sense for me to keep it. Well, if you ask me, I think Kazuma would be delighted to see you wearing it. Well, I feel honored if that was true.
Oh, come on, Naruhodo.
Come on. I haven't seen Judge Joku for a while. Have you?
Bang.
No, now that you mention it, I haven't seen him since this morning either. I suppose there's some symposium's opening was postponed, and he'll have to go on and explore the great exhibition.
That reminds me of something you mentioned yesterday. About Judge Akusha had once been in the docks himself?
Ah, yes. It was all tied up with that cursed trial. Close trial of Kazuma's father. Shichiro was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took the stand to testify. But he got a little carried away and, actually managed to break the witness stand.
Oh my!
He didn't know his powers. His hands were too strong. He also said some contemptuous words about the British Empire, for which he was charged. Oh dear. Though it's worryingly easy to imagine him doing that. Well, it was alright in the end. He was acquitted and returned home to Japan with me together.
Thank goodness.
Ah, yes, speaking of Shishiro. I have a copy of the photograph we took together here yesterday, please.
What a lovely picture.
It certainly seems to shout, "We've arrived in Britain!" None of us had any idea what was coming when we took that, did we?
No, that's so true.
So, you mentioned a favor that you would like me to ask. Well, this fateful trial that you're fighting, one way or another, it will be over before long. And when it does, I'd like you to accompany me back to Japan. You want me to...
What? Father, what is the meaning of this?
Now, Susato, you should understand. You've seen how the court works firsthand. Japan's judicial system is in its infancy, especially when it comes to the defense.
Oh, you mean...
The Supreme Court of Judicature is in desperate need of a good defense lawyer. As soon as possible, quite urgently, in fact. But, I've not even been in London for a year yet! I've read all of Susato's reports. I'm well aware of your extraordinary talents. And having seen you in action firsthand with my own eyes earlier, there's no question. You, Naruhodo, are precisely the man our country needs.
So, you'll be leaving then, Runo? But then, what am I supposed to do, Father?
You came here to serve as Asogi's judicial assistant. Yeah, she's supposed to be Kazuma's assistant. Our government is still in the process of deciding how to best deal with this situation, though. You've always chosen your own path, Susato, and I trust your judgment in this matter also.
Father!
Please, the pair of you, don't look downcast. It's merely a suggestion, you understand. A hope, if I'm honest, but I won't force you. All I ask is that you consider it, and come to the best decision by the time the trial concludes. Yes, alright.
You won't leave, will you, Runo?
Thought hadn't even crossed my mind. Up until now, I've just been trying to do what I believe to be Kazuma's will. But it turns out that he's still alive, so... where does that leave me? Well, if you excuse me now, I need to telegram the government ministers and Japanese police about this information about Asa Shin.
Of course, Father. Thank you.
I look forward to the next month's installment, Miss Wilson.
Oh, good. And please, do come to Baker Street sometime, won't you? We love to entertain you.
I would be delighted. Best of luck for tomorrow, Naruhodo. And... give my suggestion your full consideration, won't you? Yes, I will. I'm back home.
You know, Kazuma-sama has always meant a great deal to my father. I'm sure he'll love the chance to meet with him and talk about all of this.
Yes, no doubt. Of course, it's so obvious! Oh, okay.
Asa Shin. Of course, this is so obvious! How could I have neglected to consider the possibility before now?
Mr. Sholmes!
Harley, where have you been?
Why, I joined you on for tea, of course. What an extraordinary question.
I didn't notice you at all.
No matter. Anyway, to more pressing concerns, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, yes?
I must dispatch a telegram to your country at once. It is a matter of much urgency.
To Japan, you mean?
Tell me, to whom can I entrust the task? Quickly now, who?
Well, my father has just now left to send a telegram to the Imperial Police of Bureaucracy Japan himself.
I see. Well, he looked reliable enough for a bearded fella.
I don't think with fodder sports to be considered a beer, Mr. Sholmes.
What the fuck are you trying to imply, Mr. Sholmes? The fuck?
There's a moment to lose. Kindly ask your trusty shaman father to see this assent.
I will, but what is it?
No questions at the time, if you please, Mrs. Otto. All we can do is pray that for once, my deduction is awry.
Doesn't that imply your deductions are normally correct, Mr. Sholmes? Which isn't exactly...
Now then! You may be surprised to learn that I am a very busy man. I certainly have no time to hide behind...
Shattees? Shattees, I think?
Shattees, a eavesdropper on people's conversations.
So that's what joining us for tea meant.
I'll leave the sending of this in your hands, my dear fellows.
There he goes.
Wait a minute, Mr. Sholmes!
He just sort of ran off, didn't he? At quite a pace.
And just left the unpaid pills for his tea behind, too.
I must catch up with Father at the telegram office. At once. And I'll run and call for a cab. Straight away.
And there was me, thinking everyone would be clamoring to pay Mr. Sholmes' bill. Alright, let's mosey. Alright, so I guess at this point, now then Mr. Vigil.
There's Mr. Vigil, there's going back to the crime scene, and then there's Kazuma, so.
Alright.
This is the war Mr. Vigil was brought, apparently.
To be frank, I'm a little worried about seeing him again.
The lawyer. Hello again.
Are you feeling better now, Mr. Vigil?
Yes, thank you. Somewhat better.
I'm so sorry to have caused you. I mean, it was because of me. If I hadn't exposed your secret and forced you to remember things you obviously tried to forget.
The prosecutor was here until a few moments ago, too. You just missed him.
Oh, Kazuma beat us to it.
He said much the same as you. He was very apologetic. But the truth is, I brought this upon myself.
Please, don't think like that.
Keeping it from Eva, my wife, all these years, I've carried such a sense of guilt. That's not the worst of it. Over time, I obviously came to deceive myself as well.
You mean about your dismissal?
Looking back now, I'm beginning to think that perhaps Inspector Gregson didn't stumble across me by accident at all. I mean, he compensated me so generously for acting as a stand-in. He was clearly concerned for my well-being and doing what he could to help.
So perhaps Gregson knew exactly what had become of Mr. Vigil all along then.
I'm sure this is just desserts for 10 years of lies and deception, but it wasn't me that helped the professor escape 10 years ago. It wasn't me. I swear it. I swear it's true.
Oh, Mr. Vigil.
I'm sure you'd rather not dredge up even more from your past at this time, but if possible, could you tell us exactly what really happened?
I want to. I need to get it. I need to get all of this off my chest. I just want someone to tell me what I should have done.
Alright.
Inspector Gregson was obviously engaged in a special operation of some sort. He was investigating something that even Scotland Yard couldn't know about.
Details of the Reaper's marks, yes.
It was when he had to carry out those investigations that I would take his identification and impersonate him.
You pretend to be the inspector and carry out investigations on his behalf?
Oh no, never! A common street peddler couldn't possibly carry out a proper police investigation. All I would do is go to the specified location and make a little hoo-ha. Just something to leave an impression, so everyone there would think a detective called Gregson was here.
So, that's what you were doing on the day prior to the incident?
Yes, he asked me to make an appearance at the park on Lime Street for the Red-Headed League event. So as usual, I flashed the inspector's identification around and was very vocal about my presence.
But then you were taken prisoner by those red-headed fraudsters.
Yes.
So, you would always make a point of showing Gregson's identification and generally being loud?
That's what the inspector would ask me to do, yes.
Well, that's one way of becoming a legendary detective, I suppose. Not a good one, though.
And as you know, I suffered this bruising around my neck at their hands. Very gruesome, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the following day, they kept their word and released me.
Without returning the inspector's identification to you, however.
We had arranged to meet in the first show street room at 5 that day so I could report back to the inspector. But at the agreed time, that's when I heard the gunshot. It was at midnight on the 17th of June, 10 years ago. That was the time scheduled for the execution.
But the professor's execution never actually took place, did it?
Or rather, the execution itself must have been used to affect the plan of escape. I hardly dare imagine what chilling plan it was.
Barclay was renowned for having the highest security prison in the country. Everything that went in or out of the place was searched multiple times. But there was one notable exception. Or rather, one notable loophole, something that was never questioned.
I have a feeling I know what that loophole was now. The coffins into which the bodies of the executed convicts were placed, correct?
Yes. Honestly, a loophole that makes sense, because you would think, yeah, they're dead.
Yeah.
How would they live after that?
Mm-hmm.
Once the coroner had confirmed the death of a condemned convict, the body was taken in his coffin for immediate burial in Logate Cemetery just behind the prison. The chief warder first had to sign the necessary papers. And after that, no member of staff was permitted to touch the coffin containing the body again. When executions took place, only the executioner and the coroner were permitted inside the chamber. I awaited the adjacent room for word that the condemned convict was dead. On that occasion, once I had that confirmation, I went into the mortuary to find a lone coffin as usual. The procedure was that I would sign the paperwork having checked the coffin, then nail it shut. But for some reason that day, the coffin was already nailed shut.
No.
I didn't think anything of it at the time. I assumed that my deputy must have checked the coffin and nailed it shut before I arrived.
So, you mean the coffin contained...
Yes. I can only imagine that Asogi, having escaped his execution somehow, was alive inside the coffin. The coffin was then taken out through the main gates and deposited in Low Gate Cemetery.
Presumably, there would have been enough air inside to breathe for long.
So in the early hours following the burial, someone digged up the coffin again to set Genshin free.
But in the end, he was fatally shot in the graveyard anyway. What on earth really happened at Locate Cemetery that night, I wonder?
I'm afraid I really don't know. All I can say with certainty are two things. Asogi couldn't possibly have escaped that way without help from somebody working in the prison. And that somebody was not me.
Obviously, you knew the man then? The professor, I mean. Genshin Asogi.
Yes, I remember him well, in fact.
Would you mind telling us what you know?
Well, having been condemned to death as he was, any contact I had with the man was short, obviously. After that trial, which was carried out behind closed doors, attended only by elite members of the judiciary, they called for his execution to be carried out at the earliest possible opportunity.
The outcome of that trial was set from the beginning, wasn't it?
It was a time of delicate diplomacy when Japan and Britain were at the process of signing an important treaty. That means that this potentially destabilizing has been dealt with swiftly and discreetly.
The man had less than a week in total. As I was the chief warder, I oversaw his short stay in the cells until his final hour. I remember being struck deeply by his noble character and incredible resilience.
What do you mean exactly?
He was a killer of many men, but he was always quiet and polite. He was a gentleman and a man of intellect. In fact, I couldn't bring myself to believe what he'd done. So I asked him one day, "Those 5 members of the autocracy whose lives were taken, were you really responsible?"
I'm guilty of those unforgivable crimes and ending another human's life. Yes.
Nice reuse of assets. The following day, the closed trial took place, and the verdict was no surprise.
Guilty.
That night, when he was brought back to his cell, I saw something unusual.
Something unusual? What?
The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. As I said, it was on the night following his trial, after he'd been found guilty. I was doing the rounds of the cell, and when I looked into Asogi's, I noticed that he seemed to have a sheet of paper in his hand.
His last will and testament, then, presumably.
As soon as he noticed me, he hurriedly shoved it behind his back.
But why did you find that so unusual? Is it normal for a man to pen the will when he knows that death is nigh?
Yes, that's true, but there were special conditions to Asogi's incarceration, you see.
What sort of conditions?
Well, even though he was held in a cell designed for condemned inmates, he was allowed to keep his personal effects with him, with one exception.
Really? He was allowed his things? That's unusual, certainly.
Of course, he'd been convicted of killing 5 members of the aristocracy, but at the same time, he was a guest in our country from the Empire of Japan. Powers that be were determined that his final day shouldn't be needlessly uncomfortable.
And with what the exception you mentioned, to the personal effects that was allowed.
That's the point. He wasn't permitted to have. He wasn't permitted to have writing materials. Specifically, no pens or paper.
So, he was prevented from leaving any written records of what happened to him.
Yes, that was the long and short of it. I've no idea where he obtained that paper. Any writing material that could have been confiscated from him upon his incarceration. As I said, he hid the paper behind his back, and then he pleaded with me. What did you just hide behind your back?
Please, turn a blind eye. This is my lifeline.
But you know it's against the rules.
You're the only person who's seen. Just agree to keep quiet.
Alright then, but what's on that paper?
A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. How can a will be a weapon?
Something very important on that paper.
Gonna be
So
a
I
case
decided-
4 or 5 thing.
So I decided to pretend I see nothing, and I let him keep his will. But then later, it just seemed to vanish without trace.
Oh my gosh, that's a really big light. A lot of thunder I hear outside. What? You mean it vanished?
It would seem that this isn't the end of the story of the mysterious will.
I was the only person who saw Asogi's will, but
Somehow it disappeared.
it was after Asogi's execution.
Which was actually an elaborate jailbreak.
The warders gathered up Asogi's possessions that were in his cell. They were all to be sent back to his family home in Japan, you see.
To poor Kazuma-sama.
And you're saying that it wasn't anywhere to be found amongst his personal effects? The will, I mean.
That's right. Though I did a search through them myself. But Governor Caden was livid. He was screaming.
You're gonna be...
It could have had disappeared completely.
That doesn't quite make sense though, does it?
In what way?
Well, we understood that only Mr. Vigil was aware of the will's existence. In which case, how did the prison governor know where to look for it?
Yeah, you're right.
I really don't know how he knew. But it certainly seemed as though he knew of the will's existence from the outset. Only he didn't refer to it as a will. What he said was the Asogi papers. The Ribboleth
The
pamphlet.
Asogi papers.
Papers.
Have you read this?
He ain't gonna. Well, he ain't
Well,
gonna.
yeah, I'm gonna be a lawyer now. I'm gonna be a lawyer now.
He ain't gonna be a lawyer.
That's
now.
one
He ain't
letter,
gonna
don't
be a
worry
lawyer
about. That's
now.
one letter, don't worry about. The Asogi papers.
I really can't tell you anything of the subsequent events. Because, well, of what happened.
your dismissal than the way you blocked it all from your memory.
I'd forgotten all this until today. I don't suppose it's relevant to the case, though.
Well, anyway, thank you very much for sharing with us, Mr. Vigil. We're very grateful.
I'm afraid there's really little more I can tell you. My wife Eva will be here shortly, so I don't hope I don't appear rude, but...
No, not at all. Thank you again.
But what will become of you now?
Well, impersonating a police officer is a criminal offense, of course. I imagine that once I'm fully recovered, I shall be arrested.
I'm so sorry.
Don't be, please. This was all my own undoing. I always knew that this day would come.
Well, I wish you well. Goodbye, Mr. Vigil.
Ah! But before you go, there's just one thing!
Yes? What is it?
The Asogi papers. I'd be very grateful if you make no mention of the things I told you about them.
Presumably for some good reason?
It's my understanding that their very existence is a closely guarded secret.
Even closer guarded than the very closely guarded secret. And I feel like it's gonna probably happen like 3 more times at this point.
If it became known that I had remembered, well, it could be rather troublesome, I think.
I understand. Some sort of will that Genshin Asogi penned just before his death, which the man himself claimed as his last weapon. I wonder, perhaps it had something to do with his plan to escape. If there's anyone who might know what that document that Kazuma's father left behind.
It was Mr. Vigil's governor. Then we know precisely where we must go. Back to Bay K prison.
Bay K.
I was gonna say Kazuma, but okay, that works too.
Alright, wait, where you going? Let's see here. Okay,
You gotta step
be
out
right
for a
back.
sec? Alright.
Yeah, I gotta step away for a second.
Man.
Oh, back again, are you? Yes, hello. I've heard all about your investigations. I read the report just now. You found him, eh? Vigil. Yes, luckily. Well, anywho, the laddie doesn't work here anymore, so your case is now what to do with the Barkley. I wouldn't like you to get a wrong idea about that. Of course, yes. Mr. Vigil stopped working here 10 years ago now, so...
Yes, we've seen his dismissal notice, have we? He was given the job.
Hey, Crimer, you keen well, so how about a wee handcuff biscuit?
Oh, I really like the little handcuffs. It's as hard as iron, too.
So, what brought you down here today? Well, there's something we'd like to ask you about, actually. Is that so? We believe there might be a document that disappeared from Genshin Asogi's cell. I think it's called the Asogi Papers or something. Did I not say Gregson's death is now done with things that happened here in Barkley? Leave the past in the past, laddie. There's no further of irrelevant details. His expression changed completely. We're clearly onto something here. That murderer's botched execution, the whole miserable escape. They are Barkley Circus out, eh? A shocking embarrassment. Because the convict had a collaborator in the prison staff, you mean? Hey, for shame. Coroner confirmed the death of the man as his execution, Courtney Syfe. And the chief warder at the time, Vigil, who was in charge of the whole affair.
But Mr. Vigil didn't know anything about it.
The rascal wouldn't say otherwise, More handcuffs?
Oh, how can I say no? You never have too much iron in your diet. When Mr. Vigil handed the dismissal note as a result of what had happened, he was so despairing that he jumped out your office window, didn't he?
I didn't like to say, but that's just for Virgil trying to get you out of it. Do you think he would have done and jump off the shock of his crime suit being exposed, I do. You wouldn't say it otherwise, would you? Of course, I'm gonna shed all the responsibility myself. Shouldn't have let him deceive me. Actually, there's barely anyone who could know what happened at the time now. With Gregson being murdered and Dr. Syfe forbidden from having any visitors. No visitors? Someone obviously doesn't want her getting anything away.
Well, we're not going home empty-handed.
And I wouldn't dream of sending you back in now, Kima? Yeah, have a handcuff or two.
Oh, well, it would be rude to say no. You wouldn't want to be an animatic.
I suppose, if there's anybody who still could know what happened back then, it'd be the last of the forensics division, Maria Corey. Maria Corey? Aye, Syfe's daughter. She didn't do have him anymore, just the one. But after we parents followed her, Mom Soot said you didn't see her with the whole scalpel in her hand. Okay,
I'm returned?
Yeah, okay. I really want to know about her. Yes.
I want to know about the dead girl.
I want to know about her because she was so weird. So, Dr. Syfe's daughter, Maria Gory. We could do talking with her.
What have you found out so far? Just so I
Just about Syfe's daughter, real fast.
Okay.
So she's Dr. Syfe's daughter, but her surname is Gory? Aye, that's some family history, I'm sure, but I didn't keep her out of it. She grew up watching her mom work with the body, folks, and died of strange circumstances.
Her surname is Gory!
Yeah, there you go. And decided to do the same with her own life. I can't understand myself.
Perhaps she was ruined by the deep respect of her mother.
Perhaps. Anywho, she was in charge of Gregson's autopsy, I believe. Right, the coroner's responsible for this incomplete report. Someone told me one little ass loved her man's stories and gunning up bodies. There's even a rumor she used to listen to the funeral marches as a lullaby.
Well, then perhaps her mother might have told her about the autopsy from the case 10 years ago.
Hey, I'd say there's a fighting chance at least. After all, there's a life-changing case for all of us. I really need to speak to Miss Gore yourself about this, I think. Well, thank you very much. I ain't happy about any part of this. It took years of Londoners to forget the whole professor business. Can you give up on this, laddie? Stop asking it polite questions. I'm sorry. I don't like dredging up these painful memories for everyone. Can you just stay away now? Leave me alone and dinner and come back, eh? How did you come to that, laddie? There's not many folk here in this prison who have heard of those papers. Well...
Stay away, don't come back. Okay, I'll
then I'll try it even more. Well... I can't tell him about Mr. Vigil told me.
I'm afraid our sources must remain confidential, sir.
We've been led to believe that the papers are actually a last will and testament, is that right? The professor's, or rather, Genshin Asogi's... Hey, that's right. You've been well informed, Jimmy. Is that right? Is this the end of the silent treatment? But then after the convict's execution, it mysteriously vanished from itself, didn't it? Heavens no! You're off the clock there! I think you didn't do your facts straight! It was there in his cell, exactly where it should have been. Oh, not what we heard elsewhere. Let me just have a wee look around here. I'm sure I can find it. Hey, here you are. See? The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi, written with calligraphy brush. Of course, I couldn't read a word of the Japanese squiggles, but I mind it says he leaves all his worldly possessions to his son back in his homeland.
Yes, that's correct. That's the gist of it.
So these are the Asogi papers? Hey, of course they are! Papers written by Asogi, ain't no doubt about it. There's no mystery here, laddie, that's your lot. After all these dramas and sliders of the execution, we sent this man's possessions back to the clan of Japan, and that's the end of it.
I think we ought to make a record of this, Mr. Naruhodo. Just in case.
One thing before you go on your way, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Those papers are now with Duke Gregson's death. I prefer it if you didn't make no mention of them outside of this office, or rather, I wouldn't just prefer it, consider it an order from the highest levels of our government. I understand. Can we actually see what it says on the paper, though? Okay, good. I, Genshin Asogi, hereby request upon my death any and all possessions of my well-being to me in London be delivered to my son, Kazuma Asogi, in the Empire of Japan. It is with deep sadness I accept my fate to this foreign land, in the knowledge that I will never see my homeland or my family again, but I regret nothing about my chosen path. Alright, so I think it's just Kazuma at this point.
I think you can go to the
prosecutor's office. Yep, there he is.
It's him.
Kazuma.
How can one man have so much wine and chalice? Oh! What are you doing here? How'd you get in here? I thought it wouldn't be long before you pay me a visit, Ryunosuke.
You don't lock the door, Kazuma. We just could walk right in. You really need to get with London's locking systems, my man.
London has a locking system? Well, that's new. Gonna fool me. I was right about what I said, wasn't I?
Sorry?
That you have all the markings of all the makings of a great defense lawyer.
Well, I always believed that you fulfill your dream of advocating in the British courts. I just never imagined for 1 second that it would be as a prosecutor.
Seeing you stand in that foreign courtroom, so guiltily realizing your dream, Kazuma-sama. I am truly happy for you.
And I am truly thankful to you, Judicial Assistant Bikatoba. Ryunosuke, I always thought it would be fun for you and I just to shake up the British legal system a little together. This isn't quite how I envisioned it, but I suppose it's just another twist of fate.
I've learned a lot during my time here in London. About
really?
About how Susaru-san's father was himself a visiting student here once, along with Judge Jigoku. And about what happened with your father.
Oh. Then you'll have no difficulty understanding why I had no choice. Why I had to find a way to get the British as a visiting student myself.
I want to hear it from you, Kazuma.
As you wish, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
I think I just ended up staying in this room just to hear the theme.
Yeah. Alright. I gotta present it. Kazuma, this is your armband.
Yeah, I want it back. Actually, I think it's yours now.
Got you there for a second, didn't I? Sorry?
You're the defense lawyer. You have a talent for it. I've always known that you would. And now, you chose to take that path in life. As your friend, I couldn't be happier for you, or more proud.
Kazuma.
So you keep hold of that. Besides, I'm a prosecutor now. That armband would have no meaning for me.
Well, if you're sure, thank you, my friend. I gotta check. I gotta check. Oh! Oh shit!
Oh snap! He has dialogue!
I was shocked when I found out that they were related to this case, the Red-Headed League, I mean.
Personally, it wasn't their plan to swindle everyone that surprised me. It was the fact that so many red-headed people gathered from all over London that day.
A certain great detective being one among them.
I expect those two are in their cells as we speak, wishing they'd never dreamt up their little plan.
Or maybe they're busy plotting their next one. Ah! Alright.
Wait.
Oh,
Okay.
Shit, okay. We'll do it after. It's getting gone for a year now since what happened on the SS Bureau. We were heading across the ocean from Japan to Great Britain. And a bizarre series of circumstances led to those tragic events.
Why'd it have to be chicken?
I thought I lost my best friend forever.
To a cat.
Goddamn cat.
I must have been unconscious for a long time. When I awoke, I was lying on a bed. It was a narrow little room. There was a posse of flowers by the pillow. I request looking around the office. There's some good banter here.
Okay, alright.
Yeah.
Yeah. It took me a little while to realize that I was in the cabin of a ship. I slipped out of the room and headed up onto the deck.
Were you already suffering from amnesia at that point?
Duh! I didn't know what happened or where I was. There was just this voice in my head. You have something to do, something no one else can know about. Go to Britain. Your task awaits you there. It was a calling I couldn't ignore. It compelled me relentlessly. Out on deck, I saw that I was on a huge steamship and we were docked in a large port.
It must have been Hong Kong.
Hong Kong?
Yes, it must have been, presumably just before you were due to carry your body off the ship.
I had no idea of the situation, but I did have the feeling that this was in some way my last chance. So I concealed myself among the disgruntled passengers and went ashore. Yeah, did the old classic too. A cloak. You'd be surprised how many people that were fool. Then I disappeared into the crowded streets of that foreign port city, so I could plan my onward journey to Great Britain.
Alright, so first, what was the first thing you wanted to do, Sophie?
Examine.
Okay. You want to do some examining around here. We'll present the Asogi papers later, because I'm feeling like that has to be something on there.
Yeah.
Lord Von Ziek's fine collection of hallowed chalices and bottles, all neatly lined up.
Yes, he's extremely particular about all that. He's had a strict regimen for everything, from the storage of the cask to the bottling of their contents.
Gosh, you must have a really tough time for it being its apprentice.
Actually, no.
Oh?
He's so particular about it, he refuses to let anybody else touch any of it.
That pose.
So it's been quite easy for me, in fact.
Talk about weird. No, I understand it, my man. I get it.
No, that's understandable.
That's not weird. weird. I get that.
You have something that you want. You have something that has to be a very particular way. Then it's like, yeah.
Take it from the person that has OCD. I totally understand what he fucking means on that.
Listen, you sit over there, your little Nipponese corner. I got some wine to
It's me and the boys tonight.
It's me and the boys for the next 2 hours, baby.
There's Lord Von Zieg's incredibly stylish desk.
It's not my style, though.
No, I noticed you've been working at the little table on the floor, kneeling down Caesar style.
It's what real men strive for, Rinosuke. Real men.
I thought it was some kind of punishment set up by Lord Von Zieg's when I first saw it.
Bro, you're Japanese.
Well, it's so small.
Bro, you're Japanese. Did you not do this at home?
Well, my home is with Mr. Sholmes, and nothing there is normal. Ponder this for later.
I find it the most comfortable way to work.
I can't do it. After a couple of minutes of sitting with my legs folded beneath me, they start to get so tingly.
Don't exaggerate, Rinosuke. We both know you can't even manage a minute.
Bruh. Fucking bruh.
Fun fact regarding
true friends.
The decks of Van Zieg's. In the art book, there's apparently an alternate version where the desk was like smashed in half. With the implications that Van Zieg was just practicing
the leg.
Yeah.
They are not as sturdy as the court ones at all.
You know what? I'm gonna be honest. I wish they would have kept that. I think that would have made a neat background detail.
or just like maybe if you could see like one being broken back here or something like that.
Yeah.
Kind of deal.
Just reading. Rinosuke going, there's a broken desk back there. So they're like, that's oddly curious. And then kind of like pops in, actually it's not. What do you mean? Believe it or not, he practices his leg stomping on him. ... There's no way, you just making that up. Believe what you want to believe. That's how I imagine the conversation would go.
Do you know who the man in the portrait is?
Why? No.
What? But you're Lord Von Zieg's apprentice!
And? During the time I was suffering from amnesia, I didn't even notice that picture.
Oh, really? I mean, it's not the smallest picture.
I would have had the first idea what the man decorates his office with.
Well, I would just to kind of assume at first I thought it was a picture of himself for like the first like little bit when we came into this room initially.
Hey, that's what Rinosuke thought.
From his younger years.
Yeah. What the? It's a scale model of the crime scene.
Yo, my boy plays with Legos!
Dead fish and chips, man.
His man does. No, Naruhodo, your mama gives you Mega Blocks. Oh, yes, I realized that. Does the prosecution office make a model of the scene for every case?
Apparently so. Sometimes it helps you visualize things better and notice things you hadn't spotted before. Actually, the miniature notice board is my work.
Be honest, you enjoyed making that.
Go back to it. Just click on it again. I just want to zoom in. Just click on it again. Look at that zoom in. Look at all that detail. Yo, look at all that detail. You're like, hey, I am proud of that detail. Those papers were finally painted on.
Okay.
My brush strokes are the best of the best in the world, bro.
Okay, 2 more items.
You disturbed the bats, did you? Companions of Lord Van Zieg's. What did you say?
Actually, I've seen those things lying around Strong Unheard's office too. Doves, I think.
Disturb the bats, did you? No, throw bats up there.
Amateur trick.
Perhaps you have to like birds to attain rank in the judiciary here. Although bats are birds, of course.
How about Sparrow for you?
Actually, I can see that.
Yeah.
What's that supposed to mean?
Nothing. Sorry, I'm just thinking aloud.
I think
in Japan, sparrows represent loyalty and friendship, so that's a cute
Yeah. Cast floor to ceiling, just like the last time we were here. Hollowed barrels, I suppose.
They're arranged according to vintage, flavor, and region. Every week, they're all taken out and put back in order.
What? Every week?
Lord Von Zeeks can't seem to settle on the perfect way to arrange them, you see. Vintage, flavor, and region don't neatly coincide. That's the trouble.
Gosh, being his apprentice must be a real challenge.
Actually, no.
Oh?
He considers the task too important to entrust anybody else, so he does it entirely on his own.
So he's a barrel of laughs here and in the court, then.
I heard that.
This man trusts no one with his damn line. You know what? I get it. I get it. Alright, let us continue on. I will show him... do I show him the Asogi papers now?
I guess just to see if he does say something.
Yeah, I'd be shocked if he didn't. Kazuma, what do you make of this?
There's only one place where defense lawyers and prosecutors should discuss evidence, the courtroom. So it seems you're still confused by the situation.
Well, I guess I didn't
What?
thought that far.
That's what I make of it.
The fuck? Okay, this one isn't evidence. You just wanna... Damn, come on. That one isn't evidence, though!
Why you gotta be such a hard ass, bro?
That one's not evidence! Just look at that!
We're happy.
Yeah, so I'm noticing a lack of me in that picture, so I don't want to look at it.
You selfish bitch!
Am I the selfish one, or are you the selfish one for not inviting me?
You were prosecuting at the time, motherfucker!
I don't believe I was!
You were with Strongheart at that point!
Well,
Boys, you're both beautiful.
She's right, though.
hey yo, thank you. I got a butt that brings fire to all women's hearts.
And
what
then...
butt are you speaking of?
You're both cute. No, kiss. Thanks, Ace.
Just Susanoo after the trial.
Fight. Kiss.
I mean, isn't that just Ace Attorney in a nutshell?
Yeah, kind of.
Alright.
Just under a year ago, with all my past memories lost to me, I was left behind in Hong Kong. Everything was foreign to me. The sights, the sounds, the smells. My head reeled. I was truly at a loss. I realize now that I escaped as a dead man, with nothing but the clothes on my back. No money, of course.
Oh, how terrifying for you.
Luckily, though, I had 2 feathers in my cap.
One being your knowledge of English, I presume?
That's right. And on the back of that, I was able to pick up some work as a deckhand on a cargo ship. Eventually, after calling at countless ports, I finally arrived at Dover. That must have been some 3 months ago now.
Your formidable tenacity of purpose showing itself again. I mean, the man had lost his memory and literally had nothing to his name. But he still managed to make his way to London on the opposite side of the world. Brandon, I don't really care. I don't.
Of course, I had no idea why I moved heaven and earth to get here at that point.
So, how'd you end up becoming Lord Von Zeek's apprentice then?
That can only be called an extraordinary stroke of luck, really. You see, I was stopped at the border because I had no papers. They took me straight to Scotland Yard. And by sheer coincidence, Lord Strongheart was there to attend the meeting. That's when the second feather in my cap came into play.
Would that have been your knowledge of the law?
Yes, exactly. Lord Strongheart was curious about an Easterner with intimate knowledge of British law. He took me back with him to the Supreme Court and assigned me to the Prosecutor's office.
And then, 9 days ago, you finally gained your memory back after the trial.
He looks so evil in that shot.
I just wish he actually got to do things in trial. That's probably my only complaint with Trial 3's that Asogi gets to do nothing in that kind of deal. He's just there as dressing sort of deal. I really wish that he got involved in that one, especially with the, like, he just stands there kind of deal.
No, he does something. He spot dashes. He Korean back dashes. Yes, I did.
Ever since I met you at Yumi, you talked about your dream.
Mark my words, Ryunosuke. I'll be chosen as a visiting student and make my way to Great Britain someday.
Did you know the entire time about what happened to your father here?
Real talk incoming.
Yeah.
16 years ago. When my father left on the exciting trip to Great Britain, I was just a boy. We took a photograph together the day before his departure. My last memory of him. But what I remember most about my father is his unswavering sense of justice. 6 years after he left, a gentleman called at our family home. He told me that Genshin, my father, had been taken ill in England and passed away. It was Professor Mikotoba, your father, Susato-san.
Oh my.
Ever since then, the professor was very good to me. He even helped to fund my university education at Yumi. I'll be forever in his debt. But nevertheless, I just couldn't bring myself to believe what he told me.
Oh?
Then one day, a letter arrived at our house from Britain. There was no indication of the sender, so I opened it assuming it was from an old acquaintance of my father. What I read in that letter changed my entire life.
What did it say?
It said my father had been a mass murderer, and the writer cursed the Asogi name.
Oh no!
As a result of that letter, I found out what had been hidden from me all those years. Presumably, the letter was sent from a relative of one of the victims. If whoever it was had been a member of the judiciary, he could have been present at the closed trial. The letter revealed that my father had been sentenced to death, executed for being a killer.
I'm so sorry you had to find it out that way.
I imagine the British government did its very best to silence whoever sent that letter. Someone who knew the truth and couldn't bear the resentment was always going to be a problem.
But still, it could have been written by anyone. Why do you believe such a thing?
There was a newspaper cutting included with the letter. It was the first I'd ever heard of the professor and his terrible killing spree.
What did my father have to say about the letter?
I couldn't bring myself to show it to him.
What? Why not?
Because he deliberately concealed the truth from me by telling me my father was taken by a fatal illness. That couldn't have been easy for him, he done it out of consideration for my feelings. So instead, I showed the letter to Judge Jagoku.
The other visiting student.
He faltered for the briefest of moments, but then he just laughed off the letter. But in that moment, I saw it on his face. He was undeniably shocked, shaken momentarily, but recovered his poise. A year later, my bereaved mother succumbed to the strain of grief, and she too passed away. That's when I made up my mind that one day, without fail, I would cross the seas to Britain and seek the truth for myself. The truth about my father, Genshin Osogi. And I wouldn't let anyone stand in my way.
Oh, Kazuma-sama.
It's I do like a neat detail with his prosecutor theme. It's not only a mix of his original theme, but you can also hear that motif of the professor theme as well.
Yeah. What we have sorry, this is Kazuma's line, yeah.
What we learned today in court turned things completely on their head. It was an impressive piece of lawyering, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Lord Von Seeks isn't the Reaper, you know. I almost don't want to believe it myself, but it turns out the Inspector Gregson himself, the victim, was...
It's clear that the Inspector was behind the Reaper's activity all along.
What? You mean you knew?
The real question is, who's been giving orders to the Inspector? Yes, Baruch Von Zieks is the real Reaper. And I know that 10 years ago, it was him who decided my father must be a mass murderer and sent him to his grave.
No, he was merely seeking that justice was done in the law dictates. He's not to blame.
Ultimately, it's people who condemn people. The law is just a tool that they use to do it. And when a man condemns another, he must take responsibility for his actions. Of course he must. But I know for certain that my father would never have taken another man's life.
Kazuma.
On the contrary, my father's life was taken by the Reaper.
Now do I show him? No.
I think there might. I know you have to show him something. Maybe the board?
Yeah, maybe the board. Try that.
No.
Nope.
Maybe the picture of young Von Zieks? Maybe?
I mean, if all else failed, you still got story mode.
Yeah, let's do story mode on this, actually. Just to see what it is. Ah, okay. This came up in the trial, didn't it? As something a little dubious, I mean. The fact that no time of death was recorded by Inspector Gregson's autopsy report.
If you pay attention, he does note that.
Mm-hmm. By the way, story mode. What a blessed thing to
add. Dude, it's so good. I love.
Yeah.
Honestly, like, I was kind of mocking it at first when it was first revealed, kind of deal, but like, actually, no, it's actually a really great quality of life thing, honestly, for this series.
It's so helpful.
Yeah.
It's like, if the next Ace Attorney game doesn't have it, I'm gonna actively be like, why isn't this here?
Especially if we get that second collection for Spirit of Justice. I want this shit for the seances, like, kind of deal, because my god.
Oh, most certainly.
Yeah.
Most certainly, Case 3.
Yeah, Case 3's the worst of it in that game, for sure.
Yes, there were some unexpected turns at the courtroom earlier. The suggestion you came up with certainly took everyone by surprise. The idea that the victim died the previous day at some other location is quite something.
Well, considering when the pocket watch had stopped and the scorch marks on the candle, it certainly is a distinct possibility, The evidence and the scene both point to it.
To be honest, it bothered me too. So I paid a visit to the autopsy room earlier. The coroner responsible wasn't there, but I got a name. It's Dr. Gory.
If it wouldn't be trouble you, Kazuma-sama, we'd very much like to speak with the coroner too.
Of course. The last thing I want is for anything to be brushed under the carpet. Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory is behind Lowgate Cemetery.
Lowgate by Barclay Prison, you mean?
Ah, you know it, do you? The prison where my father was incarcerated and robbed of his life.
Kazuma-sama.
Well, thank you. We'll pay a visit to the laboratory later today.
Ryunosuke, I want to thank you.
What for?
For this. You safeguarded the soul of the Isoki clan.
Well, it's a famous sword that's been in your family for generations. My only slight regret is that I never got a chance to draw it before I returned it to you.
Kuruma is said to have been forged by a master swordsman during the Sengoku Warring States period. I come from a long lineage of warriors, many of whom were expert swordsmen.
Well then, you're a chip off the old block, I'd say.
This blade, Kuruma, is a symbol of the Isogi clan's honor and might. Apparently, one of my father's apprentices even took the blade's name for a surname.
Really? Kurama? Does sound formidable, that's for sure.
16 years ago, when my father was a visiting student here in London, he had this sword forever at his side. Which is why it means so much to me that I have it by my side again now too. And that was all thanks to you.
It was an honor.
Now, I have preparations to make for tomorrow. Perhaps I said it a little too much.
Kazuma, you've changed.
No, Ryunosuke. I haven't changed at all. It's you who's changed.
I completely understand your resentment of Lord Von Zeke's given what happened. But the fact is, those events in this case are, well...
Unrelated? Is that what you want to say? How can you be so sure?
What do you mean?
Never mind. That man is the Reaper. It is for that reason that the inspector was killed. I'm going to prove as much in court tomorrow. Whatever means necessary.
I can't let you do that, Kazuma.
I know you'll do what you have to if we have to as a lawyer. But I'm sure I don't need to tell you that I won't be taking any prisoners in the courtroom.
I wouldn't expect nothing less.
Till tomorrow then, in the Old Bailey.
Alright, one more place to go.
Duel at noon tomorrow? Tomorrow? Hey!
Hey! Oh! Someone's done a little decorating since last time.
My city now.
This place really is creepy, isn't it?
Oh wait, hang on, don't we still need to go back to the crime scene or something, or am I misremembering that?
We can do that after.
Okay.
Well, being a dead room, it's probably full of spirits to dissect. But actually, there's a rather pleasant scent of roses in the air. Well, being a dead room, the coroner probably needs a bold scent that smacks the odor of death.
Iris, do you think we could change the subject? Oh, fuck.
What? What was that?
Dr. Gory?
What?
That noise before.
I was sharpening my tools. I'd be dead meat if I didn't perfectly clean edge them.
Sophie, I wonder, could you put like your hand in front of like your mouth to like imitate the like mask or something? I want to see how that sounds or something like that.
Take two. Take two.
I'd be dead meat if I didn't keep a clean bedroom.
Yes. I like that.
Nice.
Yes. Right.
When thoroughly the carver filled the diamond and deftly sharpened scalpel. Cuts like cheese. Would you like a demonstration? Oh, yes, please. I love to see.
I love the image of Sophie in my head right now.
Then, I think you'll do nicely.
Huh? No, I would not do nicely at all. Maybe some other time. Was that a tut? Well, we came to ask questions, so...
This is fun scene to examine.
No. I gotta examine this. This looks
I just love this image of Sophie.
different to before. Just covering your mouth and voice acting kind of deal.
Yeah, covering her mouth, and whenever Susanoo eyes pop back up, she has to take her hand away from her mouth. And then when the gland pops up, she has to cover her mouth again.
Of course, Naruhodo. Miss Gory is a young maiden. She has all sorts of charming little dolls and likes around her place to work. Look!
Oh, yes, you're right. Perhaps she's not so strange after all. As a reminder, Jojo, she's Dr. Sife's daughter, so...
Yeah, she appeared very briefly.
Yeah, was like one scene she showed up in last case, and that was gone.
The hard practice.
Sorry?
Mama always said to open the operation dissection requires speed and accuracy. So I take out my needle and thread and stitch 3 dolls every day.
Right.
I used to make liver, kidneys, and intestines. But Mama told you to make something more friendly instead. That's quite different from what I imagined.
Let's see. What do I want to examine next?
The blood.
Okay, alright. A table and a set of sharp tools. When you consider them in isolation, it all looks innocent. So why would you put them all side by side? They seem horrifyingly disturbing.
It might be best not to ponder it too deeply. That's my Mama's dissection table. It's too high for me, though.
It is?
If I fell from that height in my sleep, it would really hurt. What? You mean you sleep here? Autopsy work is very involved. It's usually too late to think about going home when I finish. But I have bad dreams when I sleep here. I always end up falling onto the floor. So I'd like to exchange that table for a lower one.
Maybe you should just go home. I do not want to sleep where the dead bodies have been, ma'am. No, thank you. Crow!
It looks like an owl and crow up there.
I know, they haven't twitched since we came into here.
Well, no, they wouldn't have. They're taxidermy mounts, Mr. Naruhodo.
I was afraid you were gonna say that. I've been trying very hard to tell myself that they're just sleeping with their eyes open.
Yes, I think perhaps you were wise to put something like that in your diary and doll on display in the office instead.
Oh, okay, that was the same one. Okay, this will be the last one we check. Look at this magnificent display case. Cherry Wood's paw.
I think it's the same, yeah.
Ah, damn. Okay. Oh, wait.
Oh, wait! Oh,
No, no, it's the. Okay.
No, you're
Western
back.
cabinets are very skilled,
back
aren't
it up.
they?
It's 10 people.
Pardon?
I made it from domes of 10 different people, all mixed together. Oh my God.
I was admiring the case, actually. The scary skeleton inside. It's something I intend to ignore as best I can.
You're strange. I wonder who's the strangest.
Oh god.
Slice, slice, slice.
I'm expecting a sound effect. It's not popping up, but it's kind of bothering me. It's like, it's just a clang or something. We actually met before. I'm a lawyer, if you remember.
You're not dead yet.
What?
So Nana said I wasn't able to cut you open. She's so strict about things like that.
Well, good. Dr. Syph has some scruples, at least.
Yeah, what a response. Well, good.
Oh dear, it looks like she's not interested in talking to us for the time being anyway.
For the time being? You mean until we die? I hope that's the way off.
Oh.
Oh god, sorry, but I wasn't planning on dying anytime soon.
Dang it.
Fuck! Surely there's some less drastic way of making her listen.
Every time she does that, you gotta be more aggressive.
Damn it! Like I do. Dr. Corey, we actually came here to ask you about this.
He was very good.
Good? Sorry?
His skin didn't snag my blade once, and very little mess. His joints dislocate easily, and his muscle tissue was a pleasure to work with.
We can skip those details! But there's one thing I wanted to on the report that caught my attention. You didn't seem to record a time of death.
That's not my fault.
That made me jump!
Then please, tell us what happened.
It looks really...
Sophie can remove. She removed her mouth from her face.
It looks
I mean, her hair from her face!
It looks real... Yeah, like... Looks really weird without the mask, honestly.
Yeah.
I think she looks awfully cute. I like her design.
I think it's just the eyes that perpetually stare into your soul kind of deal that's like,
Hey, yo, bro, you ready yet?
Can I chop you up yet? Please. Please. So, why doesn't this autopsy report record the victim's time of death then? It's really the most critical detail.
It was told not to write it.
What? By whom?
Near Strongheart, the Lord Chief Justice. He came here.
Lord Strongheart came?
He said from the witness statements about the gunshot in their residence, it was obvious. The man clearly died at 5 p.m. on the 1st November when the gunshot was heard. But that's not the time of death you wrote in the report. You didn't write anything. Was there some reason you didn't include it?
Dr. Gory, if you're hiding something under Lord Strongheart's instructions, then sooner or later, you're gonna have to go the same way as your mother.
Give it to me then.
Hmm? What's she scribbling so furiously?
There.
You've written...
What? She read it? Tell us!
God damn.
Indeterminate.
But...
What do you mean by that? Why was the time of death intermediate?
When the specimen was brought in, it was still fresh. So the time of death could easily have coincided with the gunshot was heard.
Updated autopsy report, but not actually, because it doesn't tell us anything.
But there was one small discrepancy.
What discrepancy?
There was some fresh fish in the pocket of the specimen's overcoat. And the fish has started to rot.
What?
If the victim liked fresh fish, he presumably liked to eat it before he went off.
Well, yes. What are you really trying to say?
It's quite possible that someone tried to manipulate the apparent time of death.
Manipulate the... Is that even possible to do?
Theoretically, if you were to chill a body in ice, you could delay the onset of putrefaction. If the overcoat wasn't at the body at the time,
Then only the fish would have started to rot.
with today's science, it's not yet possible to determine if the body was chilled or not.
But today's science is advanced enough to let you freeze a corpse, it seems.
But surely, to chill a corpse like that would require an enormous electric refrigerator. And I don't imagine many households in London are equipped with such a device. No, definitely not. But maybe it's a factory, or some other special place. I don't recall seeing any factories as such like in Fregno Street, though. I wonder, if the inspector body's been chilled somehow, what might actually happen to the time of death have been? I couldn't say for sure. But at most, it might have been a day earlier.
No!
In other words, it would have been collaborate with your previous deduction, Mr. Naruhodo. That Inspector Gregson was killed a day before his body was discovered, at a different location.
Did you inform Mr. Lord Strongheart of this possibility?
He simply said that there was no electric refrigerators on that side in the vicinity.
Salary cutting noise.
Salary cutting noises.
Oh yes, one thing. It's something the governor of the Barclay prison told us. He said your mother, Dr. Seif, was responsible for confirming the death of the professor after his execution.
The professor.
Apparently, you always enjoyed listening to your mother's stories about her work, so... We were wondering if you might know something about what happened 10 years ago.
That's not all Mama did.
Sorry?
My Mama carried out the autopsy of Clint Van Zeeks as well.
What? Really? The brother of Lord Von Zeeks, the professor's final victim.
The idea of carrying out an autopsy on the member of the aristocrat was completely unthinkable back then. But the detective in charge was investigating insisted it was miraculously autopsied. The detective being Inspector Gregson, of course.
Quite an accomplishment for one man.
That autopsy provided a vital clue needed to arrest the killer. And Mama was there for that historic event.
What does that all mean?
You know, that amazing autopsy happened right here in this very room. The Professor and Clint Van Zeeks. They both spent their final moment before their burial at that dissection table there. So this lab, Mama's lab, was instrumental for this country's most important events.
She really is proud of her mother. I wonder if you could tell us more exactly about what happened back then, Dr. Gory.
Is that a yes?
The Professor's execution was Mama's first case. She's been attended at the Ballet Prison Execution Chambers. And signed the certified to confirm the convict's death. Mama's the best coroner in the role, you know. I was so proud of her.
But the execution didn't actually take place.
No, and worse still, Mama actually helped in the jailbreak. I didn't want to know. Oh dear, you found out recently, you mean? I believed in her, in Mama, but now I wonder if I'm going the same path as her.
You mean because you omitted the time of death on this autopsy report? But that's because Lord Strongheart forbade you from including it.
Just like Mama. I'm sure she was coerced by somebody too.
Yes, that's my feeling as well.
There's no doubt that there's a powerful force at play 10 years ago. The execution could have been staged without a lot of people at the prison knowing about it. Obviously, the prison governor must have been in it as well. The big man with the little handcuffs, according to what he told us. He was tricked by the chief's warden. He said he knew nothing about it. Of course he said that. I say the same thing.
Just who was behind that jailbreak all those years ago? You mentioned the autopsy of Clint Von Zieks.
It was at the time when carrying the autopsy of the murder victim was very unusual. It's still not a practice I observed in our country, even now. It turned out he was the professor's final victim, and when the autopsy was performed, Mama was present, along with a secondary assistant. The person leading the procedure was called Dr. John H. Wilson. That's right, my daddy! And there was one other person present, the primary assistant. He was a visiting student from the Far East.
Wait, a visiting student?
It must have been my father, Eugen Mikitoba.
I had no idea Professor Mikitoba was involved in something so important.
But the outcome of the historic autopsy was the discovery of a vital piece of evidence that led to the capture of the professor.
So that's how it came to identify Genjin Misogi as the infamous mass murderer.
Oh, so she has a nice smile.
I just wish the knife wasn't so close to it, you know? Do you happen to know anything about that piece of evidence? Can you tell us any more?
Would you like to see the records for yourself?
What? Would that be alright?
What's the point in keeping records if people can't look at them? They're found under V in the back of the cupboard, with the other records from the last decade.
Thank you! Let's see, Von Zieks. That's strange.
What, Mr. Naruhodo?
They aren't here. There's nothing under Van Zieks.
There must be!
Perhaps somebody took them away?
No one's allowed to take documents related to the Fessor case out of this room. But you're right. They're gone.
Well, when was the last time somebody looked at them? Do you remember?
It was... Oh yes, I remember now. It was 2 years ago.
What is this? What's this pose with the eyes?
I think she's looking up, but yeah.
It's the I'm thinking pose, and I'm looking up indicating I'm looking inside my brain.
It just looks almost a little cross-eyed, just like a little bit, sort of deal.
Also, I noticed her medical brooch. That's cute.
Medical? Oh, just like the of intestines coming out kind of deal.
Yeah.
Ah, yeah. I like Gore's design. It's very cute. I like it a lot.
A consulting detective came one day to say he'd like to see the records.
No, you don't mean...
Herlock Sholmes was his name.
Deep down, I knew that was coming.
Do you think he stole the records? Oh no. Surely not. Iris, that can't be right, can it?
Iris?
Bruno? I hope you don't mind, but...
What is it, Iris?
I just remembered something very important I have to do. I'm going to have to leave now. Oh, this is very sudden, Iris. Well, we'll come with you then. No, there's no need. You and Riddle can take your time here. Bye for now, then. Good luck! Wait a minute, little girl. Huh? Me? I remember now. You've been here before, haven't you?
Have you, Iris?
Iris' theme abruptly stops.
Jazz music stops.
Yeah.
Yes, 2 years ago when the detective came. You were with him, weren't you? You were a living specimen then, too. You were alive.
That's the way it usually works, yes?
Was I? I really don't remember. Anyway, sorry, but I must be dash.
Wait, Iris!
I'll do up a spot or two when I get home. Toodaloo!
What's the matter with her?
Yo, she held on that X button like with force.
She's behaving really strangely all of a sudden. Well, in that case, we won't keep you any longer either.
It's been a while since I had any visitors. It was really fun. The next time you come, I prefer if you were ready for dissection.
I can't make any promises, sorry. It's a bit strange that the records of Clint Von Zeke's autopsy has disappeared, but I think we've asked all we came to ask now. Alright,
La la la.
so
la, la,
now
la.
back to the crime scene at this point.
Ah, look at my Coraline dolls.
I'm going to put the buttons on humans next time.
God.
That, like, I always thought, whenever I bring up Coraline, my sister can't watch that fucking film because the freaking button eyes creep her the hell out too much on that.
I imagine.
The police are still busily investigating in here.
But Gina's nowhere to be seen. Where is she?
Yeah, it's been blissfully quiet, hasn't it? Perhaps she's out investigating on her own, practicing whatever her boss told her.
Well, I expect she'll be back for too long. Shall we wait?
Actually, there's something different about this room since the last time we were here, isn't there?
We could always use time to investigate more thoroughly.
I'm already noticing that's different. Wait, what? Let me examine it? What the fuck? There's details of cases sketching back to 10 years on the noseboard. There's a history of Lord Von Zeke's defeats in court.
I don't think that's appropriate description. Although, when you consider everything on the board, it's certainly true. That all these people has a background of the dubious dealings.
And in the end, of course, the board itself concealed the inspector's own fate.
Oh my, it really doesn't bear thinking about it.
This little trunk wasn't here before, was it?
Oh, it appears to be made of metal. It must be really heavy. I wonder to whom it belongs. Is there some initial on the outside? Look. TG.
Let's ask one of the policemen if they know how he came to be here.
Oi! What do you think you're doing?
Hey Gina, how's it going?
That's my trunk, is that? And off! Gina!
Where are you hiding?
I don't know, you're leaving something untended for a few seconds. Every Tom, Dick, and Ari got their greedy eyes on it.
Just a wild guess, Gina, but...
What? Spit it out, Odie.
Is it fair to say you only own this trunk after this morning's trial?
What? What are you trying to say? Come on, this trunk goes with me everywhere. Always. Where you been the last year?
Trying not to incur your wrath, mainly.
Mine. Sure, them talking to the yard now. They should be ashamed of themselves. They're saying that it was the boss who killed all those burglars.
You mean the whole Reaper thing?
Yeah. Apparently the boss was investigating stuff no one else in the yard knew nothing about. Stuff to do with them criminals and what got off scot-free.
Yes, the ones prosecuted by Von Zieks who used bribery and corruption to evade conviction.
Well, obviously, it was the Blue Ripper giving the orders, weren't they?
But why would people be suspecting Inspector Gregson being involved in the killings?
There was a notebook folded in his office.
Oh no, this doesn't sound good.
It has the details about all the crimes that have been pegged as the Reaper's work.
What?!
No. Did you see it, Gina? Did you see the notebook? They wouldn't even let me, cause I'm just an apprentice apparently. What would you feel? Who found it? It was my boss. That's right. I was pretty miffed about it, so I sneaked a peek what she said anyway. Oh?
That's our Gina! Give us the dudes! So, you managed to see what was written in Gregson's secret handbook anyway, did you?
The way I see it, it's my right to read what's wrote. And what he written, Gina? Dates, times, place, names. A whole list of them. All teasing about the blood is supposed to be done in by the Reaper. But there could be an explanation for that. Perhaps it was a record of the Inspector's investigations onto the Reaper's activities. Exactly! That's what I said! That's the first thing you think, right? And it happens, it was full of names I recognize anyway.
Well, the Reaper's targets were almost exclusively known as London's criminal underworld.
Well, yeah, but there was one name right at the end that was a bit odd.
At the end of the list, you mean?
I'm pretty sure it was dated against it was the 31st of October. Oh, the day before the inspector was found dead.
So, what was the odd name?
It wasn't for the name I've ever seen before. It was something like Nah, it's no good. I can't remember it. I don't think it was an English name to put it that way.
Ah, shit.
Oh dear, what a pity. There was something else too. I don't know if it matters, but the same name kept coming over and over. Shin, it was. Don't suppose it means anything, but...
Did you say Shin?
Eh? What? Does it mean something?
Lord Von Zieks knew the name too. He mentioned her as well. The woman who actually did the deeds. And now, we find her name appeared in Gregson's secret handbook.
Oh dear.
We haven't seen you for a while, have we, Gina?
Well, of course not. I've been busy, ain't I? Investigating in that. The lads here at the yard trying to trace the boss's movements the day before it had happened.
The day before? That would be undercover investigation from the Red-Headed League then.
Oh, the boss didn't go, didn't he? He found some Kurt was pretending in. What, didn't you, Ode?
Oh, it's fine. What does it be like? Huh?
Well, anyway, ain't the only one turning up stuff. I got my own ways of getting results.
Yes!
Ah! Give me pot over here, get together. There's nothing we can track down.
I missed you, little Toby. It's a good boy.
Oh, little Toby. Such a faithful friend.
So, have you tracked anything down then?
What do you think, eh? Of course we have. I can't tell you though. Police business, ain't it?
Little Toby is actual best boy of DGS and you can't tell me otherwise.
Anyway, the point is, if you need any help, you know who to turn to, right? It's me headhound here.
Right. Because he looks oh so hellish on us. No, put the dog back up!
Give me the dog! Give me the dog!
Gina, pat your hellhound there. Yes!
Chief Inspector Toby, you mean? Yeah, proud and force, ain't he?
This dog gives me so much life. I don't know why.
So happy.
Look at him.
In Japanese, police dogs mean something quite different, and not altogether nice to those involved in crime. But here in Britain, it's a wonderful compliment, it seems, for a canine at least.
It should be. After all, in the Great Exhibition case the other day, it was Toby here who managed to locate Drebber's workshop.
Maybe it's time for another sedation with the super dog, can you, eh?
Do we have something Chief Inspector could catch a scent of? I wonder. I guess the wig?
Take that!
Well, Chief Inspector Toby, if you wouldn't mind having a sniff of this.
E.
He might actually be a little too keen, don't you think? The Chief Inspector made short work of Gina there.
What?
Look at where he's gone to.
Oh my! The trunk clearly has a very strong scent of Inspector Gregson.
In other words, it must have belonged to him.
Oh, alright. It's a fair cops, I suppose.
And you nearly got away with it too.
You always talk so proudly of Chief Inspector Toby's nose and what it can achieve. It did not cross your mind that he might identify something that was right next to us. Yeah, that was a bit of a boomer, wasn't it?
That's enough then, Gina.
Yeah?
I think it's time you told us the truth about that trunk.
It was like that. It just weren't.
What are you talking about?
I know what you're going through years and years, but it's what happened.
Alright then, what did happen?
Well, it's like I said before. We were trying to trace the boss's movements. So I let Toby here with the boss's overcoat.
And this... Oh, sorry.
And as soon as I done that, it went off like a shot. Straight to that sandwich.
To a sandwich? Not a bag of chips?
Mr. Naruhodo, I believe Gina means the witness.
Oh, I forgot about that sandwich.
Yeah, it ain't between them wooden boards, is it? The boss's trunk.
You mean when they heard the sound of like a gunshot and piled in here?
Exactly. He had nabbed from the scene. That asshole.
Goodness.
Me and Chief Inspector gave that sandwich a good old grilling, if you know what I say. Angry and
just
happy.
Angry Gino, a happy dog. I thought it might be a farm bag for a good price, and then the gem wouldn't be needed it anymore, so... But that's all I did, nothing more, nothing less.
Would you haven't even believed the cheek of it?
Stealing the boss's dead stuff and flock.
So Miss Venus wasn't the only one meddling with the scene of the crime then?
How could they?
Because they're poor.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's what happened. It had a pretty decent trunk, so I figured might as well make use of it. Is there something wrong with that, eh? Well...
just pouty Gina with happy little dog kind of deal gives me life.
He said no pickles.
No pickles. Don't talk to me or my son ever again.
I said ice cream for the dog. Give him now.
Did you say that you are a cat person?
Look at this fucking dog and tell me otherwise. Look at him. Look at his tail. Look at this good boy.
This man, he is nothing but excited.
Just 100 all the time.
He wants pet pets.
Maybe you and Mr. Sandwich should try and find the answer to that question together.
I think perhaps that trunk should be turned over to the police, don't you? What are you talking about? I am the police.
Gina, if you wouldn't mind, could we examine it?
Yeah, all right then. Do what you want with it. Thank you. We shall make a detailed record of our examination of evidence. Oh?
What's the matter with Toby? Why is he acting aggressively towards me all of a sudden?
Mr. Naruhodo, be careful! It must be the trunk!
Get off!
Toby, oi, what are you doing? You're gonna lick the face off! Mr. Naruhodo! Mr. Naruhodo!
Gina!
Quickly, hail a carriage! Naruhodo died that day.
Would you like to save your progress? Hey, we actually come back here for once! Oh boy, can you tell that was a 3DS moment at any point? Can you?
Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, are you alright?
Miss Susano? Jason?
I got distracted by a plankton clip from 2004.
Jason, you can finally voice something. Go.
I know. Hang on. Conscious again at last. My blessed relief flow. Whatever it was. After all, to drop dead after a moderate licky by a small terrier. Bro.
Easy, relevant here, Mr. Shelton.
Saving that right now. I need a gif of that, and then I can put it in the Discord many times for the situation it applies to.
Front face Smuggato.
My man asked for pickles.
I'm so glad there's no lasting damage. How are you feeling?
I'm fine, thank you. Did you bring me back here? What's on my head? A bandage?
Sadly, we had no ice. So that's a compress of sugar water.
Sugar water?
Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. It's a first aid treatment my father taught me.
Oh, thank you.
So, let's take tea when you're filling up to it. But of course, no sugar in the patient's cup.
My head is foggy, don't worry.
Whenever you feel ready, then. Don't mind the person behind me.
Fate's still here, look.
I look so natural.
Mr. Naruhodo, please, for God fucking sake, it's a goddamn shovel.
It didn't take long for reigniting that old argument.
Ah, I have an idea. Let's give the invitation a name, like Professor Harebrain's named his tools.
Oh, I never thought of doing that.
From now on, then, let's call it Ryunosuke.
No, it's clearly much more of a Susato. The old argument has taken a new and unexpected turn, it seems. Guys, no, stop.
No, you. No, you.
The lovely couple in their habitat.
Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? It's rather unusual to find you ourselves in here in the middle of our investigation.
It just occurred to me that I might have forgotten something when we left this morning.
Please don't worry. As long as you continue investigating thoroughly, we won't go far wrong.
Oh, yes, of course. I must get back to work as soon as possible.
God fucking damn it,
Dude,
Mr.
where
Naruhodo,
the
where the fuck
fuck
are
are
we? Yes!
Yes!
Oh shit, blood.
Oh, fuck.
That's Susanoo that has had enough.
No. Oh, no, no. I know the meme somebody needs to do. You know the crossover video that they did for like when DGS2 was announced and stuff like that had Phoenix in there too?
Yeah. Oh no!
God damn it, Nick, where the fuck are we?
Yes!
Oh, I'm imagining it in my head now. I love it so much.
I also see it in my head.
God damn it, Nick, where the fuck are we?
Naruhodo getting channeled by Maya. God damn it, Susanoo, where the fuck are we?
Are we?
Susanoo?
Susanoo? Have you seen this?
No. Mia, when she's first chatting at the court.
God damn it, Nick, where the fuck are we? when Maya gets kidnapped again. God damn, Maya, where the fuck are we? Have you seen this huge gash across the side of the trunk here? It's gone right through the leather and through the metal bind.
Gosh, for a metal chest, it would have been so badly damaged. Whoever made the gash have struck on the side trunk with considerate force.
I wonder how it happened.
Oh look, blood.
Toby, when Naruhodo would be attacked, yes, get him, Toby, Gregson from below, get him,
more, get him more. That's my boy.
Dog.
You're getting belly rubs the day you come down here. Look at this dark stain here. Do you think?
Yes, I'm afraid so. I think it's blood.
You think after a while we would just assume it's blood at this point? I knew you were gonna say that, so presumably that means...
Yes, this is present the scene where Inspector Gregson was killed. It's the most logical conclusion, yes.
To think Gina's been carrying this around with her. If you don't know any better, I suppose it does look like a grease stain from all the fish and chips. What? Grease stain is bright fucking red!
We investigate this as Susanoo's soft music plays in the background.
Let's have a look inside. Look, there's something inside.
Oh, let's see. It appears to be a passport, authorizing him to travel overseas.
Was Inspector Gregson about to go on a trip abroad then?
Perhaps the day of departure might tell us something that was... Oh?
What is it?
It was a travel the 31st of October, just one day before the incident.
What? Really? Guys, he was going to Paris, like, soon. You know that. Yeah, there we go.
What?
Gregson went to France the day before his body was discovered?
There is something. There is one more thing. It's easy to miss.
Do you see that? There's something stuck in the side of this trunk here. It's blatantly.
It looks like a fragment of metal of some sort. But it's weighted in so tightly I can't remove it.
Well, don't cut yourself. You better leave it be, I think. Alright.
There we go.
Let's go talk with Mr. Sholmes. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Sholmes.
So that was concerned. You put words in my mouth. My dear fellow, think nothing of it. I must say I was quite startled. When I heard that you've been attacked by a dog, for a moment, I fear the infamous murderer of so many had come back from the dead.
You mean the professor?
Fortunately, I see your prized throat is unscathed. That slip. Okay, yeah, that slip turned up collar of yours. Obviously afforded some welcome protection.
Was I that close to death? All I can really remember is a dog licking my face over and over and over again.
Well, if you wish to avoid such troubles in the future, a little mustard spread on the cheek should do the trick. I should think that would balance the sweetness of your bread rather splendidly.
That was all you had to say?
Thanks.
Alright, let's go down.
Think nothing of it.
Let's have some tea and relax.
Some
Yay!
fucking tea. It's been a while since I've seen this side of the room, honestly.
Yeah.
Yes!
Fuck?
Yes! 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 Yes!
Jason, that's a fucking body.
There's a lot to take in with this scene right now. German record in the background?
Yeah, it's German.
I won't get copyrighted for this, right?
It's original. Don't worry.
Okay.
Iris commits murder.
What on earth is going on here? Am I having a bad dream?
I was stuck on here for so long before I decided to push forward. It's such an image. I was like, I have a lot of questions, and yet I only think I have 3.
God damn it, Iris, where the fuck are we?
No, it's an old German folk song. Rather a fine edition, I think.
That's the least of my concerns.
Iris.
The fuck did you do to my dad? Iris? What's the matter? Iris!
Aw, pouty Iris, pouty child.
Who is this spelling? I mean, that relaxed gentleman over there, really.
You can't figure out that your dad? Oh my god, Susanoo, come the fuck on.
That mask is certainly very powerful.
It's a goddamn persona mask! Like... Iris?
Master of Disguise.
Is she even listening?
Excuse me, sir. I do apologize for troubling you while you're singing so merrily, but would you be kind enough to explain the situation?
Just the mask, guys, please. The mask.
Well, that worked.
A crony gentleman and a mute young girl. A rather tantalizing juxtaposition. And one that appears to have excited the gods of the
fuck.
Oh no! The theme! Oh no!
Yeah. Yes!
Oh no!
Well, this is the end of us.
This is how we all die!
Mr. Shaw.
And behold, this is also the final one of the game.
Okay, so there's none in case 5. Alright, last one.
Mr. Shaw, you don't mean...
Patrick,
Young lady?
and this is my favorite one. This one right here is my favorite one.
I feel they have the most... Dialogue-wise, I feel they have the most fun with this one.
Iris's face is sending me right now. No, Brandon, we're not doing the costume. No.
Oh no.
The costume is laid to rest at this point. We're too far in.
The center reasoning within me, the strange reasoning within me are playing now as a delightful duet. One melody sings a reunion full of nostalgia. Whilst the other is a more so theme about the great secret you're trying to so desperately conceal from me.
She's turned as white as a sheet.
So, as unusual, you're instantly seen as the heart of the matter.
And by the time my own brief performance is over, I feel sure this children's song will reach its finale. So then, to Music Land, where all is sweetness and delicacy and harmony.
I am terrified if this becomes a musical number right now. Oh God.
Pray, do enjoy Horror Show's latest Logic and Reasoning Spectacular.
Oh,
Oh.
I'm terrified of this one.
That image.
On the couch. Firstly, we consider the judge's nationality. Clearly, he's a German with no grasp of the English language.
God, guys, fuck on.
As evident by the dramatic song he sings, and his apparent inability to understand when asked to desist. So, why is the man here at all, and in such apparently high spirits?
I think he's dead.
The answer, of course, Iris, is clearly known to you. Oh, that's a good one. Indeed, we need only to follow the gaze of those bright young eyes to unravel the part of that mystery.
I just need this sprite, like this expression, just in an image. I need it really bad, like a clean version of it.
The reason for the man's mildly irritating wobbling is revealed by the herbal tea. You obviously offered our German guest a cup of your latest herbal blend. The tea's delectable flavor has made the man's spirits soar. It resulted in this joyful ditty tumbling incessantly from his lips.
This one's really funny, but it's also like, come the fuck on, guys. Seriously.
I think they're just like, yeah, we know.
I earnestly await sampling the flavor myself, and I'm enjoying the fellow in his state of elation.
Iris is eternally screaming on the inside.
Now to the next question. Who exactly is the gentleman availing himself so thoroughly of the city? As it happens, a number of years ago now, a certain gentleman of German origin engaged my services in solving a particularly delicate case. He required the retrieval of letters was sent to an acquaintance that might have proved problematic. In order to conceal his noble identity, he also arrived at my office in a mask. The gentleman's name was William Gustav Sigmund von Orstein, the King of Germany. If my memory serves, the mask worn by the gentleman is identical. Yes, there can be no question the mask belongs to the King of Germany. It would appear that His Majesty remembers the fine service I afforded him. And he had decided to show his face again, mask and all, in order to express his gratitude. A well-mannered monarch indeed, wouldn't you agree, my fellow? I don't know what he's talking about.
Shut up. Harry, please stop saying dumbass things.
He's trolling us, right? Right?
He's not actually stealing this tub, right?
Say JK! Say JK right now!
Oh my God,
the identity of this mass visitor is in fact my former client, the King of Germany.
We saw the forbidden inside the room.
Indeed, his son is currently in London as well, enjoying the wonders of the Great Exhibition.
God. Well, fucking stop, man. Stop while you're ahead. Please, please, for the love of God.
No, keep going.
No.
Keep going. We're not there yet. Which leaves us with one remaining imponderable. Yes, you, young Iris.
Oh dear.
Coming for you, young lady. But your apparently inaccessible silence is unable to hide the truth. Yes, the reason for your muteness, it concealed a sign it's on the knapsack, a £5 note, I believe. I must say, as your compatriot, I'm deeply saddened. It would appear that you've allowed yourself to be proud to be silenced by His Royal Highness, earning yourself some spending money in exchange for keeping quiet about the king's secret. And now, the final piece of the puzzle.
Just staring at you.
Thinking you tried to hide with your silence, Iris.
Give your father a hug, Iris.
Give your father a hug, Lasuna.
Get away from me!
Ah, yes, sweetie, only follow that brief, involuntary twitch of your eyes to find the answer. You were attempting to abscond with the coffee cup! My favorite coffee cup, in fact! Or should I say, the handle of my favorite coffee cup? It appears that his high spirit is hard is broken in the midst of his hijinks. Which leads us to the sad truth.
Should we tell him Naruto?
My favorite candy cup been broken by the King of Germany, and Iris, you're trying to conceal it from me! I shall have a bill sent via government channels to the German royal family for its replacement.
Please do the sad look. Yes!
Thus concludes her Lock Show's great deduction of this painful puzzle.
It's like, okay. It's like, I think the reason I'm not as bothered by them this time around is just the presentation of them, and I think they're just a lot more, how fucking far is he going to go with it this time, sort of deal.
This is my favorite one.
Like, I think it's the same thing of why the one deduction I really loved from the original was the thing about the lion, just because it went so far off the rails and yet he was totally going with it at that point.
But like, I think to me this is funnier than the big lion because of the
presentation helps it a lot.
Yeah, this is to me this is funnier than the big lion. I love this one.
So you might have something with the coffee cup, but
I also think what really helps is the fact that the final nail of the coffin, he's mad because the King of Germany broke his favorite coffee cup. He's upset by that. And Iris was proud to keep quiet about it. Yo, if I pay you £5, don't tell Jones I broke his cup. It's so funny.
Everybody's out to get me out there.
With your silence as well, the fellow's jovial warbling rather rings in the ears, does it not? Yo, my coffee cup, bro.
Mr. Shums, I must say something rather troubles me.
Susana, where the fuck do we begin with this one?
Pray, Mr. Sato, do tell.
His Royal Highness doesn't appear to have moved a muscle since we arrived.
Ah.
And you haven't said a word either, Iris. If Mr. Sholmes has it all right, you might as well own up to it now.
Pouts.
Your reason is entirely without substance, I must admit.
And one other thing, Mr. Sholmes.
Yet another grievance, Mr. Naruhodo? Surely not.
Well, I actually read the story of the case recently, the one you were just describing. And according to that, at least, it wasn't a king of Germany, it was a king of Bohemia.
Goodness, was it?
Just no frame animation change on that one.
Yes, that's quite true. Master Goffs, the prince, testified in court.
Now, here's a follow-up question. Did Naruhodo read that on his own, and did Susanoo make him read it?
In his words, I've come to see the Great Exposition all the way from my hobo heathen. Wait, is this the same kid?
Yeah, I think it's the same kid.
Well then.
I would ask you to keep that minor error to yourselves. It could easily become quite a scandal. Alright, Sophie, legitimately, just like in DGS1, is that also a dig at Sherlock Holmes? Like, actually?
I think there is a Bohemian prince in the novels.
Okay.
He just wasn't a little boy.
Yeah.
Okay. I was just wondering if that was like a dig the same way that they made fun of the snake.
I can double check later, though. The weird thing, Brandon, this song has a beta version.
Oh.
It does have a beta version.
I mean,
yeah, it's in the soundtrack.
I think there will be one bonus stream at the end of this where we go into the vault of the DGS2 stuff, so we can maybe see it then, but...
I think the weirdest thing about this is during like the Ace Attorney concert where they were just doing DGS music, there was also an orchestrated version of this. And I was
what
like,
the hell?
The fucking German song got an orchestrated version and a DGS fucking concert.
It's not a bad rendition. I like it, but it's also when
It's
you
just
hear
a weird song to orchestrate.
Yeah, it's just like, really? You picked this song to put in your orchestra?
Alright.
I believe, Mr. Naruhodo, that it's our turn to make some corrections to the number of minor errors that have slipped in.
Yes, even Mr. Sholmes is willing to admit he might be slightly wide of the mark this time. Although it's clear that Iris is definitely hiding something. You need to find the truth behind this mysterious scene.
That one truth is incontrovertible. My favorite coffee cup is no more. So, shall we embark again on a joint presentation of Sherlock Holmes' logic and reasoning spectacular? Also, this game has done a lot of damage to Sherlock Holmes, because I kept going back and forth in my brain.
What do you mean?
No, I was trying to say Sherlock, but my brain kept wanting to say Herlock.
Well, it's like, I think I remember us saying at the beginning, like, you know, we didn't really care what we called him kind of deal. We just naturally came to Sherlock, you know, Sherlock Holmes after a while, because just stop fighting it. I think Nico did the same thing. He was just like, no, it's gonna be Sherlock Holmes. I don't know if he kept to it or not. I haven't been following the playthrough, like...
So far, he's been actually been pretty adequate.
Okay.
Just beat to the song.
Just waiting.
Alright, here we go. So what? It's some mixes of herbs that gives you the urge to sing?
Goodness, I should like to try some.
And I like to hear your singing, but this man? Just how long does he intend to keep up that tune, you suppose?
As I said, he's been stock still the entire time, and if you look closely, his lips aren't moving either.
So he's just that good.
so I'm not sure what's actually responsible for that spirit singing. I suspect the answer lies at the end of Iris's gaze. You look to your literal left.
I don't even need to examine it.
The reason for this man's mildly irritating wobbling is revealed by this gramophone. We're never gonna get through this one, are we?
Bruh, that's what it looks like. That's what it looks like to that close. Bruh.
That shit looked like the battle pass.
Yo, what are those? Indeed, for no well-bred gentleman will break into an obscure folk song when making a social call. In other words, this gentleman isn't singing at all. In fact, it would appear that the fellow is unconscious.
Ah, the music seems to stop now.
How long was it wound up for? I ask you, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes?
Yo, look. Why would I have purchased a recording of that gibberish?
You need a bit, Mr. Schultz?
Why would I have purchased a recording of that gibberish?
How should I know?
Well, never mind. On with the deduction. Who exactly is this gentleman unveiling himself so thoroughly on the settee? Yo, why did I buy that? It's a number of years ago. Oh, Ace, you still have a Books A Million where you are? Yo, lucky.
Although we've already established that it was actually the King of Bohemia.
It seems Mr. Shelms intends to pursue his Germany theory for some reason.
Come to think of it, the young prince was wearing a mask as well, wasn't he?
Master Gott, the boy whom he had in tears.
Don't remind
Where?
me. Just where?
Do you suppose all members of the aristocrat in mainland Europe wear masks?
I'm sure they do. Well, probably, anyway. The point is, the mask doesn't belong to any king.
No, that's right, as we well know. Because we can identify the true owner of this mask.
That's a Soge's.
Take that!
Forehead empty.
Yes, there can be no question that mask belongs to Kazuma Soge.
Why did I buy it? In other words, my memory is so blindly unreliable.
Only you could try to make it sound positive. Kazuma's mask has been languishing in this metal chest for several days, though that doesn't explain why the gentleman is wearing it now.
But it is now a simple matter of to determine our guest's true identity. After all, the gentleman is unconscious. We need only excuse ourselves in advance, gently lift the mask and peer beneath it.
Inosuke, you fucking dumbass.
No, that also goes for Susanoo. Can't leave her out here.
Seriously, how the fuck do you guys not?
That mask is very powerful.
Okay, I'm gonna just say, That's a really fucking dumb plot point. I don't care if it's the logic meter or not. How the fuck do you guys not recognize who it is? Seriously. Come on.
I'm afraid, Mrs. Otto, you must be mistaken.
No! I think not, Mr. Sholmes.
Then it would appear all logic and reasoning has once again revealed the truth. This mysterious visitor
is my unconscious father, Yujin Mikotoba.
I flipped out so hard about this when Cesaro got involved. I was like, yes!
Logic and reasoning, or just looking and saying?
When Cesaro was out with the spotlight, I just went, yes, yes, queen, speak.
Guys, I think we got it injected with Holmes' stupidity.
God. Okay, and then.
What if you dug little lady?
So that 5 pounds note sticking out of Iris's knapsack, is it?
Oh dear, I can't be sure. Most money we ended encounter is in coin form.
I know. I'm not even sure we've seen any banknotes here in Britain at all, have we?
But anyway, Father would never pay money for Iris's silence.
He certainly seems like the silent type himself, though, judging by his present state. There must be some other reason for Iris's silence, I suppose.
Perhaps what Iris is trying so hard is not give away for her eyes. It's something entirely different.
What is she looking at?
Is it the...
Go back to the other angle.
metal chest?
Take that!
Yep, okay. Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside the metal chest!
An excellent observation. For upon closer inspection, there is something different about the chest's appearance. It's kept locked at all times, yet now the catch is open. Evidently, this has something to do with your refusal to speak, Iris. But it's a simple matter to incline you to speak, I'm sure. I merely need to open this chest.
No, I merely need to open this chest. That feels like it should be a Sherlock line.
Here we go.
No! Harley, don't!
The fuck? But Mr. Schultz!
Mr. Schultz! Help me!
He's dead.
Take a picture. Take a picture right now. Yo, my man's dead. No! No! No!
I am, real quick. Just a sec.
Somebody get Dr. Gory. We have an autopsy to perform.
And there we go.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I see. Screen cap.
And, Never! Oh, Hurley, I told you not to open it.
Huh. So now you found your voice now, Iris.
Ah!
In other words, what happened clearly reveals the truth here. Yes, the real reason for your silence until now is...
It's something Something different from the usual dance of seduction you perform with Mr. Sholmes, isn't it?
Well, he's left me alone on the ballroom floor, so I'm gonna have to dance this next part solo. Anyway, I need to get to the bottom of this for my own peace of mind. Now then, Iris isn't usually the silent type, so...
You mean you don't actually know the answer yet, despite knowing pointing fingers before?
Miss Susato, sometimes a man needs to point his finger and think later.
Yes! Yes! I agree with you! I agree with you!
Well, if you say so. I think you better examine Iris more closely, and try to rescue the situation then.
Okay, before you do that, just examine Iris's skirt.
What, just the skirt in general?
Yeah.
Okay. Goddamn Sholmes in the background. Iris always dresses in these frilly clothes, doesn't she?
I always thought this skirt is rather delightful.
It's a pretty sizable with all those frills. Sizable enough for a sizable secret.
You seem to be rather fond of that idea. But you surely can't go investigating further.
Does it look like that's what I was thinking?
And now press it.
Oh,
Present it.
Present it? Oh boy.
Oh no! 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 What's...
Clearly, the reason you said nothing at all this whole time, Iris, is because you're hiding something in your frilly skirt! And what sizable frills they are for a sizable secret!
A typical answer of yours, my dear fellow, being wide of the mark of a sizable margin.
Mr. Sato, what are you...
Well, you've been left alone on the dance floor, as you say, so I'm trying to fill Mr. Holmes' shoes.
Well, you certainly captured the cutting sarcasm.
Oh, of course. I nearly forgot.
Ah! You really didn't need to capture that part, though.
I love these two.
Yes.
Bless these kids. We'll examine this one.
That moment for me really shot the companionship really high on the list.
Yes.
Okay, that looks like a key she's holding. Look. I'm sure that wasn't in her hands before, was it?
No, you're quite right. It appears as if by magic.
That's strange. A big old iron key? Where did that materialize from? From the skirt! Yes, the real reason you've kept your silence until now is that key behind your back! When Mr. Sholmes was thrown into the air before...
Yo, in slow motion.
Do it!
Just
Aw.
before you called out to stop him, you slipped something out of your mouth. That something was the key in your hands. No doubt, the key to this chest.
You're so clever, Runo.
So now it becomes clear. Thanks to Mr. Sholmes' graphic demonstration, we can well imagine what happened here.
But
Professor Mikatoba also opened the metal chest only to be punched into the air. And landed sprawled onto the seating.
But wait! That doesn't explain all the facts. What about the stylish scarf and the cup of tea? And above all, why would he be wearing Kazuma-sama's mask?
Well, for those curious details, I can think of one explanation. Clearly, an unbelievable miracle took place in this room. Isn't that right, Iris?
Look how smart he is!
Consider how the room was arranged before this whole painful experience took place. When Professor Mikatoba opened the chest, completely unaware of what awaited him inside, the mask was flung into the air just as he was, not only landed neatly on his face when it fell back down. The key cup's journey through the air ended when it caught on the unconscious professor's fingers.
You mean to say that the stylish scarf...
Is actually just a tablecloth. This is the Great Deductive's office, after all. A place of miraculous deductions.
Doing a spin, yeah!
Would you expect anything else?
Yes, you're right. It happened exactly as you said. Brilliant, Bruno!
And thus concludes Ryunosuke Naruhodo's great deduction of this punchy puzzle.
Before we go any further...
Oh.
So then, why not make a fresh pot of tea for us all?
Okay.
Before we go any further, very first time, before I even continue, the moment Susanoo got involved and was actually doing some of the poses, I just went, no, you can't just get away from doing this. She needs to spin around with Naruhodo and also be at that ending screen. There's no way you can just get my girl involved and not have her do that. So I was, and we got closer to it, and Shows got knocked out. I just went, that's funny. Then my brain just went, wait, there's room on the dance floor. Susanoo, fill the gap, do it. And then she spun around, just went, yes. I was so excited.
I mean, hey, she's a bona fide lawyer at this point. We played an entire case as her, you know?
If it weren't for the laws of the Meijin era, I would have become a lawyer.
Hold it! An admirable performance, Mr. Naruhodo. But in the final act of the show there, you rather missed everything of importance.
Mr. Schultz?
If you would cast your mind back to my earlier deduction, Iris, clearly you're hiding a great secret.
She is? From the look on her face. Mr. Schultz must be right. Whatever this great secret is, the cat isn't out of the bag yet.
So, I put it to you again. You were attempting to abscond with that coffee cup.
It really is a shame about Mr. Shome's cup.
It must have been smashed when Professor Mikotopa opened the chest.
Oh dear, so many things seem to have been broken here.
But now that deduction has taken a completely different direction. Iris doesn't seem to be able to trying to hide the broken cup anymore.
In other words, her great secret is something else.
Let's put our observation skills to the work here one final time then.
Sad Iris.
She was looking this way on that, or is it something on her? No, it's not the coffee cup.
What about that thing in her bag?
It's a knapsack. Oh, that's adorable.
Oh, you just saw the charms.
I mean, you don't normally get to see as much.
I saw them earlier on here, and also they are very low poly. Surely this time at last, the knapsack is going to be the answer.
I'm really not sure why you're so intent on showing Iris's bag to be complicit in these events.
Because it's a sizable bag. It's size enough for.
Big enough to carry things around, Mr. Naruhodo. That's what bags are for.
So, the knapsack might never see the limelight, you mean?
I really wouldn't like to say.
Okay.
No.
Her gaze was in this direction. Okay, it's not something in the... It's something on Iris herself?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a pretty bow indeed.
Okay, I'm trying to see if there's anything out of the ordinary.
Oh! Hey Pat.
Yeah?
Look under it. Look under the plate.
Oh! Oh, see, this is actually the stuff that I really wanted from the investigations, especially in the first game, because a lot of the time these answers were, like, really obvious with this stuff. This one you actually, this one you actually really do have to look for on this one.
Take that!
You were attempting to abscond with that case file!
Iris, as you know very well, nothing escapes the attention of a great detective.
We visited Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory later today, and Dr. Gory informed us that the autopsy report of Clint Von Zeek's gone missing.
Clint Von Zeek's? Yes, I do seem to recall that some years ago I asked to see the report in question. You were with me, weren't you, Iris?
You mean it was you, Iris? So those papers you have there are...
I'm sorry. Forgive me!
And there we go.
Congratulations, she made a 12-year-old cry.
I've done that before.
10-year-old.
In court.
And in life. I took away her doll and she was upset.
It's like stealing candy from a baby, except it's fine because the candy's bad for him.
Except the candy is illegal documents you stole.
It's actually illegal. In truth, I would like to have thought I could have predicted the booby trap chest, but it caught me completely off guard. I was very nearly the late consulting detective Sherlock Holmes.
I'm sorry, Hurley.
So you mean this autopsy report really is?
Yes, I took it from the lab, even though I knew it was very important. Was there something in it that troubles you, Iris? Not exactly something that troubles me. Something I've been looking for. When I saw this report, when I saw the writing on it, I knew it was Daddy's.
The writing?
Your father's writing? What do you really mean?
Iris, this must be something that's hard for her to talk about.
Forgive me for interrupting, my dear fellows.
Mr. Sholmes, what is it?
I feel as though the poor unconscious gentleman on the CD has been somewhat forgotten.
Ah! Father!
Perhaps we should find our guest somewhere more peaceful to rest. Mr. Navajo,
Yes?
would you be so kind as to let me your bed? We must do our very best to make him comfortable, I feel.
Oh, yes, of course. I'll carry you right up.
So will I!
Does it for Sophie go?
Oh shit.
No, I can manage alone, thank you. You have tea to enjoy. We wouldn't want Iris' brew. We wouldn't want Iris' brew to stew.
Because there's no better way to make the professor comfortable than dragging him upstairs like a trunk.
Ah!
I wonder, perhaps that was deliberate. Maybe Mr. Sholmes is making himself scarce to give Iris the chance to talk more freely.
We must use this opportunity to talk with Iris. And find out what's going on.
Alright, Iris, let's talk. Would you like to tell us about it, Iris? About your father?
I'm sure I told you before, didn't I? That Daddy used to be Hurley's partner. Yes, and that note about all the cases they solved together kept inside this metal chest. That's right. Hurley told me, you see. He said that Daddy's somewhere far away now, so we can't meet him.
That's one way of describing it.
Then, when I secretly unlocked the chest and read through the papers inside, I started to build a picture in my head of what Daddy must be like.
Well, that's only natural.
You're just like any other girl your age. I read that Daddy was a professor in the medical science, so I studied and took my degree too.
That's only natural, I suppose.
In that respect, you're not quite like any other girl of your age, though.
Yeah.
But there was one thing that I could never find out. Daddy's name. His name wasn't anywhere on the notes he made in his work with Hurley. But then one day...
That's when it happened, isn't it? When you saw this autopsy report, you finally managed to work it out, isn't that right?
Yes.
So it was the handwriting on the report that caught her eye.
When I saw the writing on the report, I could hardly believe it. I know that handwriting. I thought it myself.
Because it was the same as the writing you've seen on your father's case notes?
Exactly. I was desperate to compare the two properly. I need to see them side by side. I asked the doctor in the laboratory, but I was told I couldn't take the report away. And even worse, I was told that it was the first and last time we'd be allowed even to look at it there.
So you decided to steal it.
When I compared the autopsy report with the case notes I had here, there was no doubt. The handwriting was exactly the same. It was Daddy's. And the signature of the coroner at the bottom of the autopsy report.
Read Dr. John H. Wilson.
So that's how I finally found out. I learned Daddy's name at last.
I see.
Ever since then, I called myself Iris Wilson. That's also when I had the brilliant idea of writing stories all about Daddy's exciting times with Hurley. I decided then and there I'd write the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. Oh, Iris, I had no idea the stories were quite such a deep personal significance for you.
I can see why the autopsy was so important to her now. And why she was so prepared to break the law to get her hands on it.
Poke.
Oh, my bad. My bad. I must apologize, Iris. This is really all my fault.
Hurley?
Also, we have a raid.
Oh, thank you for the raid!
Yo, thanks, man. I made a promise, you see.
So, just letting you know we are in deep spoiler territory for the Great Ace Attorney 2, so if you don't want to see, I'm sorry, you can follow me and stuff like that, join our Discord, but don't watch the stream, because we are in deep spoiler territory right now, so I would get out if you can. But I appreciate the support and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I'll give you guys 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Alright, continuing on.
I made a promise, you see, that until the time was right, I'd keep the details about your father a secret.
I know, I've been very naughty. I'll take the autopsy report back to Dr. Goring and apologize. I promise.
Yes. We'll go together, I think.
Then, let me look after it for you until we get there.
Okay, I just want to check that real fast. Oh, the music stopped on that? Okay, actually I could see a few of these real fast. Bias, grace, and password, departure, nudes, permission. One person to travel. The victim died between 9 p.m. and midnight. Death, single stab wounds to the heart, others. Reasons, correlates, anxiety, and all the finding the file. Okay.
I must go and water the herbs, I think. I'll see you all later.
Poor Iris. She must be feeling awful. I know Mr. Sholmes is here for her, but still.
What? How? What's the meaning of this, Mr. Sholmes?
Mr. Sholmes?
Oh, dear me. So, you noticed, I see.
But what would that mean?
What on earth is the matter, Miss Susato? You've turned white as a sheet.
This autopsy report, Mr. Naruhodo. The one from 10 years ago. The writing. Isn't Dr. Wilson at all.
Huh? What do you mean? How could you possibly know that?
Because I know this writing very well.
Oh, shit.
This writing. It's my father's.
What? Professor Mikatoba's?
Indeed, it's true. And, now you know. My dear fellows.
No, I don't know anything. What on earth does this mean, Mr. Sholmes? Because the idea of that slowly forming in my mind is just too extraordinary to believe. Please, you have to explain. So, this autopsy report was actually penned by Professor Mikatoba then? That makes no sense. That's not possible, surely.
Not possible. My dear fellow, Brave, take a deep breath and think again.
Wait, I'm thinking that. Wait, are you saying that Wilson wasn't even. Are you saying that basically in this continuity, Mikatoba was actually Holmes' assistant the entire fucking time then? At that point, what the fuck? Because, like, the writings are all in this handwriting that were in Iris's trunk at that point. Is that what? What? Okay, hold on. Let's see where this goes.
Yes, you're right. In some ways, it actually makes a great deal of sense.
It does?
10 years ago, Tobias returned to Japan after his extended study tour to Britain.
And prior to his return, where was Dr. Mikatoba engaged?
Of course! He was an assistant in Dr. Wilson's laboratory learning about forensic science.
And as an assistant, he would have aided with the dissection work, making detailed notes, which would be assembled into the full autopsy report. Once the work was complete, the head coroner would check the contents and put his signature on the document.
In other words, the only writing of Dr. Wilson in the report would be his signature at the end.
I see. So Iris got the wrong end of the stick, you mean? She saw that and assumed the whole report had been written by Dr. John H. Wilson.
Very understandable, of course.
What a complicated situation. Thinking about it, Most of what we know about you, Mr. Sholmes, comes from the published stories of your exploits.
Yes, The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, written by Iris.
Oh, I know where these came from. Okay.
And we really have no way of knowing what's fact and what's fiction.
Most troubling for you, my dear fellows, I'm sure.
So what about the supposed partners of yours? Did he really exist or not?
Ah, you come straight to the point, I see.
And please come straight to the answer.
I believe Iris explained it in one of her installments. He was a trusted comrade, and the only person I could truly have called a friend.
And did this partner of yours truly make records at all of your cases? Are his notes really stored inside that metal chest?
Absolutely, my dear madam. Absolutely.
So, where's your partner now?
We rarely meet. You see, he lives on the other side of the world.
But if this autopsy report and all the records of your old cases were penned by the same hand, and if the autopsy report was written through not signed by your famous partner, there would only be one logical conclusion.
Pray, impress me.
Yet, your partner would have to be Yujin Mikotoba. In other words, Miss Susato's father.
Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes?
You are coming along wonderfully. You have hit upon my method at last. You finally grasp the art of deduction.
You mean to say...
Allow me to introduce you to my great friend and partner, Mikotoba!
Professor Mikotoba?! I need to hear this story right fucking now. Hold the fuck up. Hold the fuck up.
Does this mean that you're the real Dr. Wilson?
No, my dear. I'm still my old self, Yujin Mikotoba, your father.
Oh, of course.
This is obviously too much for Susato-san to take in. I must say, though, how my old friend has attained his worldwide celebrity as a great mystery solver is the greatest mystery of all.
I shall remember the first time we met. Ah, pray, remind me, what was it again, Mikotoba?
16 years ago, Mr. Sholmes.
Ah, yes, quite. 16 years ago.
I just arrived from Japan with Shishiro and Genshin. I was in my search of my lodgings close to the hospital, some comfortable rooms at a reasonable price.
The rents are devilishly high in that particular area.
That's right, so I decided I needed to share the lodgings and the expense. And was fortunate enough to be introduced to Sholmes, and who found myself in a similar situation.
I was a callow fellow back then, a mere shadow of the great detective you see before you now. I was working at the hospital's chemical laboratory at the time, indulging my curiosities for a little gain.
And the situation of our collaboration led to us pursuing cases together, you see. Hard to believe. It was a mere 6 years. We had great many adventures.
But in the last year of Mikotoba's stay in Britain, that most infamous case presented itself. The case with which you've become rather familiar familiar yourselves, the professor killings.
After that trial, Shishiro and I were summoned back home. extremely surprising given the circumstances.
So there you have it. And as you know, all the details recorded by my trusted chronicler remains in that metal chest.
This is just amazing. Professor Mikatopa really is Mr. Sholm's famous partner.
Father.
Goodness, dear, what a cutting look.
As your daughter, I'm very proud to learn that you were the great detective's great partner. But nevertheless, there's another mystery I really must ask you to explain now.
And that would be...
You know very well what it is. The unresolved matter of Iris's father.
Of course, I almost forgot about that one. I should have seen this coming, I suppose.
Iris told us that all the notes about the great detective's adventures are in the metal chest. Were written by her father. Isn't that correct, Mr. Sholmes?
That is indeed what I told young Iris.
But if you're Mr. Sholmes' partner, Father, and you wrote all those case notes, then Iris's father must be you.
On my word, Miss Susato. You're coming along wonderfully as well. You too have hit upon the method at last. You finally grasped the art of deduction.
Mikatopa!
What you always told me, Father, is that my mother died when I was born 16 years ago. And you left me in grandmother's care when you embarked on your steady tour to Britain. And I always accepted that. But all this about Iris.
There it is, Susato-san's ice-cold stare. Now, hold on a minute. It was very complicated. I mean, it's really not what you think.
Then perhaps you'd like to explain exactly what it is.
There it is. There's the ice that go ice cold to red hot just before she... No, really, you've got the wrong end of the stick. She'll say something, man.
I'm out.
That's quite enough, my fiery fellows.
Oh, I need to get in my good clothes for this. Mr. Shums, when did he get all dressed up?
Well, I don't like to interrupt this exciting explanation of the past. Mikatopa and I have an urgent matter that requires a short excursion.
No, Shums, you stay the fuck right here. Hold the fuck on. No.
But it's very late, Mr. Sholmes. Where must you go?
Why, my dear madam, it's not that obvious. My partner and I must pursue our natural enemies. So, get your coat, Mikatopa. The game is afoot.
But Sholmes, I really must give Susato the full explanation, I think.
Later, my dear fellow, later. Our carriage awaits downstairs already.
No, Sholmes, really, just give me 5 more minutes. Really, I really should explain to my daughter what's going on, please.
You have plenty of time to explain to your daughter when we're done.
Sholmes,
please.
No, Sholmes, stop pushing me out of the door. Stop, Sholmes, please.
Naruhodo in the corner. This explains so much.
I haven't changed one iota, have you? I mean, really, I visit our home after 10 long years. And when I open the chest to feel nostalgia, I quite inexplicably pass out. And as if it wasn't enough, when I eventually regain consciousness, I'm plunged straight into all of this.
Father, please. Go with Mr. Sholmes now.
What?
I have no doubt that whatever happened, you were acting in everyone's best interests. I trust you, completely.
Now that I've calmed down a little bit.
Susato.
And sending the great detective and his great punter off with the new adventures together? I'm more than I could ever hope for in my wildest dreams.
Very well then. I'll speak again later.
So, I believe your own work is done for the day. I wish you the best of luck for tomorrow.
Yes, Naruhodo. Good luck in battle. I'm reaching a decision. A decision about whether I should go back to Japan, I suppose.
So much happened that day that I barely knew what to do with myself. It would only be later that I'd come to realize how amidst the chaos I'd unleashed were all the clues I needed to finally unearth the truth, and that all the turmoil was necessary to give me the resolve to see everything through.
Oh, wait. That's the end of chapter 4? What the fuck?
Yeah, Patrick, remember what I told you?
That's what you meant. Okay.
Okay, let's go to that final chapter title real quick.
I think I saw it before. The resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Yeah. I just want to show. Look at that. Look at that ominous title screen.
That is how you know you are in final case territory.
but or in this case, Patrick, you've been in final case territory since the start of this
I was
chapter.
just like, there's no way there can be another case after. I was just like, this is all feeling very final casey. I don't see how it can escalate after this one, kind of deal. So that makes me. How fucking long is this trial?
It's a whole case.
Oh god. Yeah, you're saying this is gonna be like a 4-sessioner? This one, you think?
I would say more. I would say more 3.
Okay. Okay. I think in that case, we might push it back of not this week and then just do, because we're gonna have because I don't want to do DGS really. I think this upcoming week because Dread is coming out and I really want to like that's gonna take priority for me on that. Which I mean, then the week after we have a full 3 sessions that we can do then. At that point to wrap this up, you guys think. But
yeah, but Patrick, when I said that, when I said that DGS2 technically has the longest case, this is what I mean. Case 4 and 5 are cases 4 and 5 DGS2. It's just one long case.
Yeah, I find it interesting that it is split into 2 parts, kind of deal, for this, but. Oh, that makes me really excited that this one is going to go big onto there. And I'm glad for that because, honestly, when looking back at DGS1, one of my biggest problems with that is just, honestly, cases went on for a little too long. Even though there's only 1 day of trial kind of deal, I feel like ends up it all gets backhanded into, like, 1 part. And it kind of feels like cases don't get to arrive at a natural ending point. They just kind of... By the time we got to the end of the case, I was just like, oh my god, please have the case end at this point, kind of deal. But I'm really happy that they kept a consistent structure, but until this case where I think it warrants it at this point.
Yeah.
But yeah, how ridiculous everything's getting at this point, you know?
But yeah, for different purposes, you are done with part 1.
I guess.
So what do you think?
Okay, this is weird to give my thoughts now. I was not prepared for... discussing this right now, but you know, I think this case has so far been super intriguing. Again, Gregson's death has been like the biggest what the fuck shock of this entire game, I would say so far.
Yeah,
I did not call that one at all.
And now you're finding out there's more to Gregson than we originally thought.
Gregson was already on kind of shaky ground considering what he did in the final trial of the last game, you know, kind of deal with the whole government secret, which also now
I get it.
yeah, which also now makes that telegram make a lot more sense now, because concerning Mikotoba now on that. So because the names on that were Azumi was on that.
Asian.
Yeah. Asogi, Mikotoba.
Oh no, it was Wilson.
It was no. Okay, Wilson was on that. Then Kazuma, Giselle Brett, or just her actual name, and then what was the last one on that? Gregson. Okay, yeah. So yeah. But oh man, you know, I was suspicious of Mikotoba for a while. That I knew, like, because I was kind of worried that he was behind kind of the Reapering when that idea came in. Kind of deal. I'm glad. I actually do think the idea of him basically being the Wilson of this universe was actually a really clever idea on that.
Like,
I did not call that one.
Like,
on that.
it's really clever because it's honestly a plot point you never really expect they would do, because it's always Showman Wilson. Not the idea that Wilson is just a red herring.
Yeah.
It's like, and they also play into it too, because very first case he dies, and then you get to Brittany, you meet Iris, and you find out that her last name is Wilson. So you now hold on, and you the player have been sitting on this information for such a long time, wondering when are we just gonna tell Iris? and then Iris starts talking about it, and you just go, oh, I guess she kind of knew, but she doesn't know her father's dead. And then you go, actually, no, that person to Iris doesn't really matter.
So Iris and Susato are sisters at that point. No, which I wanna hear Mikotoba's explanation for that. What the fuck were you doing in England, buddy?
Susato to Sherlock, did you fuck my dad? Shots?
As a party in the UK.
They were partners. Oh my gosh, they were partners.
Oh god, they were partners. Yeah, half sisters. Yeah, that's the term I was talking for. But yeah, I really like that. I like the whole thing of Gregson being behind the Reaper so far. I'm interested to see where Kazuma goes at this point.
Definitely.
Like, cause it seemed like he wanted to ride the troop, but now he is really on the fence of like, no, I totally think it's Van Zeek's at this point.
Like, I really like the scene with him and Ryu at the end. It's like, I believe this. No, I believe this. I'm like, okay, we'll just settle it in court.
We'll find out which one of us is right tomorrow then.
Yeah,
kind of deal.
Just a nice, like, okay, we have our beliefs. We'll do this the right way.
Yeah.
It's also just nice considering Naruhodo's growth, and it's just them talking again. Like, I'm just glad they let us talk to Kazuma, because I was worried they're just gonna split them up until like the very end of the game.
Yeah.
Let's keep this aggravated. But yeah, but like that talking scene is very nice, because it's just there. It's there to establish that just like these two are in different places in life now, but they're still very clearly friends.
Yeah.
They still they still like each other. They still get along. It's just right now, because of their work, they're just on opposite sides.
Yeah. So I guess we will wrap up for now at this point. So yeah, thank you all for watching. Next time, we're gonna take a week break at this point, but the next time, the resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. See you then.
We finish the Great Ace Attorney.